check test. Hey, check. Hey, test. Hey, check test. Check test. Hey, check test. Hey. Check. 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 Hey. Check. Check.
Hello. Very good afternoon, everyone. I think tea break is on, so uh, we're hoping to get more audience in the room shortly. But I think to manage the time, we have to get started with our side event on flexible marketplace for green energy trading amongst local energy communities. This side event, as part of Clean Energy Ministerial, is being organized by India's Smart Grid Forum. And since its very inception, since 2011, India Smart Grid Forum has been working on accelerating development of smart grid technologies in the Indian power sector. And we work very closely with different stakeholders, be it the government, electric utility, the policy makers, the regulators and technology providers, research institutions, as well as consumers. And we've been emphasizing that with the transformation that we see in the power systems towards the decentralized model, consumers become a key, and we refer to them as consumers are the king. And they need to be, they need to take an active role and lead the way when it comes to energy transition by making some lifestyle changes and investments that save energy, cutting bills, and reducing their environmental footprint. So the concept of energy communities is relatively new, but we've seen a lot of countries that energy communities have started to play a very key role in this transition. But in India, we see that now we are seeing more traction around communities coming and working towards the different goals that our government has laid, and it has gained significant traction in recent years. And initially, energy communities were primarily focused on improving energy access and reliability in the rural areas by promoting the distributed energy generation in India and storage systems. Now we see that they are also working towards making themselves and their community more reliant and self-sufficient in terms of having and managing their energy needs. So with the booming demand that we have and increased growth of the distributed energy resources such as photovoltaic, batteries, microgrids, electric vehicles, charging, and embedded network has moved the power balance from the central authorities to the edges of the grid with which people govern, our consumers are governing. And going forward, and with the recent new technologies coming and playing a key role, such as consumers playing a key role in not only consuming but supplying back to the grid. So peer-to-peer energy trading we've seen that now peers are getting into contracts and can trade energy on blockchain. And consumers are also the prosumers, and they trade green energy with their local communities and with the mutually agreed prices. So peer-to-peer trading is being implemented with different pilots we have seen and on blockchain platform, and that self-execute when specified conditions with specified conditions are met. And further, it also helps not only empowering the consumer but also provides support in promotion of the green energy revolution that we are looking forward to. And India Smart Grid Forum has successfully implemented pilot projects around peer-to-peer trading of rooftop solar on blockchain, and which Mr. Pillai and our technology partner Power Ledger Vinod is here, and he'll also be talking about the same during our panel discussion. So we are looking forward to a very exciting discussion with a set of very esteemed panelists that we have today. But before we get into the discussion, I would like to invite Mr. Reggie Kumar Pillai, the President of India Smart Grid Forum, to make a presentation and for setting the scene and talking about the various initiatives that we have undertaken in this space. Thank you so much, and please put your hands together for Mr. Pillai.
Presentation loaded. Room is half full. we hope more people will join, but, and this is being live streamed anyway, so people from around the globe are watching. So, a week ago we released a white paper, not by ISGF but by Global Smart Energy Federation, on the blockchain applications in the power sector. We are talking about that paper is very compelling reading. We're talking about an entirely new vision of communities or electricity consumers selling electricity amongst themselves. It's going to change the whole thing. Everything going to change when that become as a facility available across the globe. Today, you know about prosumers. There are maybe 1%, 0.5% of the consumers have become prosumers. But prosumers can sell electricity only to your grid operator. And only this kind of pilot projects where they are allowing a peer-to-peer trading. It has not been done at scale anywhere. But just imagine 1 million people in a utility, half of them are prosumers, and they selling every day at different rate among themselves. Just look at the amount of transactions that will go into billions or even trillions in every utility. The existing IT systems, the existing billing platforms cannot handle that. We are to look at an entirely different. We have been talking about a new architecture for the electric grid with two-way flow of electricity, and get into the IT architecture of that evolving grid of 21st century where people will be generating and selling and buying amongst themselves, millions of people. It's going to be an entirely new world, going to be very, very challenging. So that paper is a compelling reading, and we will be again on this, what we are going to talk about, the 3 pilot project which we have done here, another paper which will be releasing on 26th. So most of you listening about blockchain, different applications of blockchain. The generation 1 blockchain came with the Bitcoin, which was the consensus mechanism as proof of work, which was one of the first Byzantine fault tolerant mechanism which ever implemented. That's how Bitcoin became very, very, a digital asset cannot be duplicated. Only one can exist at a time. That is exactly the Byzantine challenge. So the biggest disadvantage of that was that it was highly energy consuming, processing power consuming, and it could not do anything other than minting Bitcoins. And the second generation blockchain which came had the facility of smart contracts. It could, the Ethereum and other generation 2 blockchain had the smart contract facility, but still they were slow. At a time, how many processing can be done, operations can be done were much less. But the third generation blockchains which has come in last 3 years are much more advanced. It consumes a fraction of the energy which Bitcoin network consumes, and can do hundreds of thousands of transactions per second. The Solana and all are examples of that. So I won't get into the details of it. In this presentation can be downloaded. It will be available to all of you. All these consensus mechanisms and different type of blockchain all are given there. So what are the applications in different domains of the power sector? Energy trading, emission tracking, transactive energy and grid management, about 14 different applications. There are actually more than 24 applications, 24 successful use cases on blockchain in the electricity sector itself. So we just listed about a dozen odd of them. And the one of them which is actually taking major progress is on the peer-to-peer trading of green energy. And 3 pilot projects of that we have done in India. Earlier, we have been bringing new technologies, startups, and ask them to come and implement pilot projects in India. We used to get everything done in Delhi or in Bombay with the private distribution companies. So Tata Power in Delhi, they have a big smart grid lab itself. Many of them new technologies ISGF had brought and introduced that. So later, when we go to the state distribution companies, they all say that private discoms can do, we cannot do it because we don't have adequate number of engineers, we don't have permanent management, our MD changes every 2 years or every year in some states, so it's difficult for us to do any of this new technology. So we wanted to break that myth. Discoms can also do. So when it came to blockchain, we said we will go to the toughest state, which everybody thinks is UP. And fortunately, we had a very progressive regulator, and we went to UP to do the blockchain peer-to-peer trading pilot project. And 2020 March, they have given us an order to execute a pilot project. We started the work, and a week later, the lockdown came, and and nothing could be done for several months. But later in August, I personally went camped in Lucknow, and we, with great difficulty, nobody wanted anyone to come to their house. And that point in time, some smart metering program was going on. Smart metering is a primary requirement for these kind of things. And nobody wanted us, and we didn't want to tamper with the ongoing smart metering program which is there. So we installed a separate ISGF smart meter. So the UP project, you can see a ISGF smart meter, we put it in series with the existing revenue meter, which had a NIC card and a mobile network. It had a Vodafone SIM card. It came to a head-end server from whose smart meter we have taken. From here, from the head-end, the metering data, the 96 reads in a day, which we integrated with the Power Ledger's blockchain platform on cloud. And with great difficulty, we could get only 12 people those days because of COVID, although the pilot project envisaged 10 to 15 customers. So 9 prosumers who have rooftop solar generating electricity, pumping to the grid, and 3 of them net buyers. So about 12 customers. With that, the project went live in December 2020. And all these integrations we have done. Those 12 customers, in UPPCL, they use Oracle CCMB billing system. We got a new instance of the same billing system installed on cloud, and the profiles of these 12 customers participating, we ported there. So we didn't tamper with any of their ongoing revenue applications. So the ISGF smart meter captured the transactions, or how much energy going into the grid or coming back from the grid, which was integrated with the blockchain platform. And just 12 people what they did, the trading, and those data was aggregated on and it was integrated with the new billing system which we installed on their website, on cloud. And we generated dummy or bills or shadow bills end of the month, so people could know how much they traded amongst themselves. So different trading rules we tried to do, buyer's price, seller's price, average price, volumetric weighted average, all these things we tried, but people had less of enthusiasm, because in a day, those who have 5 kilowatt rooftop solar, they will at best generate 5 into 4, 20, 25 kilowatt hour in a day, and out of which 10 kilowatt, even if they kilowatt hour, even if they sell, it's a small amount of money. So every day they didn't want to log on to the website. Initially, some of them were very enthusiastic. They logged on to the website. They were saying, okay, I will sell it at 7 rupees. Somebody bid it at 4 rupees. And finally, the platform matches at 5 rupees 50 paise or 5 rupees 60 paise. After a month, all of them said 5 rupees 60 paise is a good thing. So the net surplus in UP was getting only 2 rupees. Whatever is the net you pumped onto the grid, you get 2 rupees. And commercial customers, they buy it at 8 to 9 rupees, most of them. So 5 rupees 60 paise was a good number, which both of them agreed. And it's some kind of a set and forget, and the trade happens kind of a scenario which happened. Then the business case for it was, as I said, it's 5 rupees 60 paise. People liked it, 2 rupee. And here we didn't envisage about any network fee. And this was a pilot project. Anyway, no money was transacted here. This was again an approval from the regulator. This is our all regulatory sandbox approaches. So only shadow bills as we generated and given to people. So after 4 or 5 months of the project, we have given a set of recommendations. What should be done? We recommended 15% of that 5 rupees 60 paise, in which trading taking place, should be given to the utility for using their electrical network as well as their billing and settlement platform. So, and that year itself, 2021 tariff order, the UP Electricity Regulatory Commission recognized the successful project and they advised the utilities to take it forward, but nothing happened. 2022 they mandated, they said that utilities should take up this platform and make this available to all the customers in UP. Then UPPCL came forward and asked ISGF to give a proposal which we submitted sometime last year and had several rounds of discussion, and they filed a petition sometime. Otherwise, sale of electricity by anybody is not allowed under the Electricity Act. I need a license to sell electricity. So the Regulatory Commission had to issue separate orders to make it legally tenable. So this regulation, this is one of, based on the UPPCL's application, UP ERC in April 2023 issued the regulations, which is first of its kind globally, and very detailed guidelines on how peer-to-peer transaction of electricity can be done. And this is a revolutionary step which has happened, we hope, and we presented to Forum of Regulators, which is a statutory body of all the regulators, Regulatory Commission chairman in India, and they have all well received it, and many states are going to come out with their own regulation, or FOR will issue. This can be downloaded, the detailed guideline from here. And second thing was Tata Power. In fact, Tata Power wanted to do this even before the UP project which you have done. And initially they came to us, then some IIM Ahmedabad said they will do it, and they spent some time with them, it didn't move forward, and then finally came back to us. We said we will first do UP and then come to Delhi. So we wanted to make that, break that myth. So here we had about 117 participants, of which some of them are Tata Power's own, this prosumers of 14 means their substations where they have solar, grid connected solar they have. And they had their billing officers and other city officers, which are about 41 of them, and about 62 of them were real customers of Tata Power. And this project, we didn't have to install any new meter. Tata Power already had all these premises, they had smart metering system. From their meter data management system, we have taken the daily trading data, integrated with the Power Ledger's blockchain platform, and integrated back to their billing system to generate shadow bills. This project, we again, it went live in January, and 2-3 months it was going quite well. We tried different things, including we brought in a electric vehicle also, buying green energy from the blockchain platform. We brought in the concept of an aggregator. Instead of each of these consumers buying and selling, aggregator doing the trading on behalf of all these participants. All that was going well. Then the second wave of COVID came, and for next 6-7 months, nothing could be done. So we kept the project live till November 2021, and then given a set of recommendations to Delhi Electricity Regulatory Commission, and which many of you know that is not functioning at its full strength. And despite that, here some numbers, how much they sold each month and all that, so more of academic interest. The business case here again is different demand side management, RPO obligation for the DISCOM, free use of fee for using the network, fee for hosting the platform. All those things are the. I forgot to mention about UP guidelines. They talked about 46 paise from the prosumer who is selling electricity, 46 paise per kilowatt hour, and 46 paise per kilowatt hour from the buyer who is buying electricity. So total about 92 paise per kilowatt hour. The UPRC guidelines is offering to the UPPCL or the distribution company there for using their network and the services. So this in a way is giving the clear guideline how a DISCOM can become a network operator, how the revenue can be discovered. So here again, based on these recommendations and the meetings which we have done, Delhi Electricity Regulatory Commission published amendments to their net metering policy on 26th May. So it's a very brief one. They talked about what is blockchain, how peer-to-peer can be done, and they didn't get into the detailed guideline of what should be the fee to be paid to the DISCOM. And the last date for submitting commence was sometime end of June, and this month, July, we expect them to issue the final regulations. Otherwise, August definitely. So these two regulations are going to be groundbreaking. It's going to move to a different thing. The third project we did in Calcutta, here, this another interesting part of this is different. We have 1,000 customers, which about 26 megawatt of PV, ground mounted and rooftop PV connected. And unfortunately, they don't have a smart meter. So they have AMR meter with every day night they download the meter data. So we get the data a day later. But everything went, but the other places, people have intraday visibility of what trade taken place. Those who want to see it, they can log on to the platform and see. Here it was not. And again, why CAC? This is India's oldest electric utility dating back more than 110 years. So 120 years. They wanted to look at, is it better than the feed-in tariff? And can this kind of a blockchain platform as a service can be offered to their customers? So there are very good findings, very interesting findings. I won't go through line items, you can read it. And the recommendation from the Calcutta project also. This project went live in last year in August. August 2022, and we are operating it till last month. I think till May or June we are operating it. And May end we submitted the recommendations, and we yet to have a communication with the regulator. So I stop here and over to you, invite our panel for the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Pillai, for sharing the details of the various projects that India Smart Grid Forum has undertaken on peer-to-peer trading of rooftop solar on blockchain platform. So with that, I have the pleasure of inviting our panelists for today's panel discussion. Can we have the next slide, please? No, unfortunately, Mr. Bora is caught up with another ministry meeting, so he's not able to join us. Next slide, please. Yeah, so I have the pleasure of inviting our first panelist, Mr. Anil Rawal, Managing Director and CEO of IntelliSmart Infrastructure Private Limited. Please put your hands together for Mr. Rawal. We have with us Mr. Vinod Tiwari, Global Head of Business Development and Partnerships, Power Ledger, Australia. I'd like to invite our next panelist, Ms. Luisa Matos, CEO of Clean Watts from Portugal. Next we have with us Cornelia Schenk, Energy Policy Analyst from International Energy Agency. Thank you so much, Cornelia, for joining us. And next we have Mr. Siddharth Arora, Associate Director, Clean Power from Shakti Sustainable Energy Foundation. Hello. Hello. Yeah. So thank you everyone for joining us for this session today. We're really looking forward to some exciting discussions, and we see that we have been able to bring in experts to bring different perspectives around case studies, best practices around peer-to-peer trading, as well as the role that in local energy communities will be playing in setting up the flexible marketplace for green energy trading going forward. So with that, I would like to start our today's discussion with Mr. Vinod Tiwari. Vinod, Vinod and Power Ledger have been our India Smart Grid Forum's partner, and we have successfully delivered multiple pilot projects. And not only in India, but Power Ledger has been working in this area globally, and have many different case studies around how this platform has worked and supported the different areas that blockchain can contribute to. And I would like to hear from you on the learnings and different projects that you have been undertaking around the world, and would like you to please share information that will help provide like more insights around on this topic, and how you've also been successful in bringing the local energy communities to support you in the projects. So over to you, Vinod.
Thank you, Reena, and great to be part of this panel discussion. Great to be with our partner organization as well here in India, SGF, with whom we've together implemented the projects that Mr. Pillai talked about. So we have actually been at bringing blockchain energy use cases since last 7 years actually, and have implemented projects in 14 countries. So we've had a chance to work with different physical environment globally and different regulatory environment as well. So yes, we can bring to the table fairly rich set of data, information that we have and learnings that we've gathered from around the world. So pretty much the projects have been across 4 continents, Europe, US, Asia, and obviously in India we're ramping up as well now. So I won't go into details of all, but maybe pick a few which really bring to the fore the advantages of the two-sided marketplace that blockchain-enabled peer-to-peer energy trading enables, and the concept of local energy market, which we believe would be absolutely critical in orderly integration of renewable on the grid, and as we progress to the world of net zero. At the bottom, the key benefit layer, it empowers consumers and prosumers. In the past, the prosumer only had the option to sell the energy back to the grid and receive a feed-in tariff or a net metering or some sort of subsidy from the grid operators. As against that, peer-to-peer energy trading is a consumer-empowered option which creates a marketplace or a market-based mechanism where I can share, trade, gift, or donate my energy. So clearly a higher order benefit from a mandated option to a choice option. So depending on the geographies which are looking at accelerating their rooftop solar deployment, or the ones which already have very high penetration of rooftop solar deployment, this pans out in a different way. So in countries in Asia or here, obviously in India as well, as we are, we've done really well in India on large scale solar, but not so in the distributed solar. As against our own target, 40 gigawatt until last year, we only got about 10, 12 gigawatts. So how do you really bring the communities together? So this consumer empowerment is one of the ways to really accelerate the deployment of rooftop solar. That's number one learning that we've had. And secondly, what's in it for the energy companies, the DISCOM, the utilities, and the policymakers, and why should policymakers really look at this? So you can move away from subsidies. For example, net metering itself is a subsidy. Instead of net metering, you have a consumer-empowered peer-to-peer energy trading. So straight away you have a substitute for subsidy to a market-based mechanism. And I'll just talk about one more point. In the markets where there is already a very high penetration of rooftop solar, like Australia, parts of California, this obviously you don't necessarily want to encourage too much transactions on the grid across, from one end of the grid to another end of the grid as peer-to-peer trade, because that's only going to create more congestion on the grid. So how do you do it? You create downstream to substation-based local energy markets. You bring in other distributed energy resources like energy storage behind the meter, or community batteries, or grid-connected batteries. and create an ecosystem that deals with the supply and demand at the local level. So that is, to me, the template, and that's what is coming up as the template of expanding orderly renewable on the grid as a pathway to 100% renewable, where you can match the demand and supply at the local level. It will not cause issues of reverse flows or reactive power or voltage imbalances that typically the excess flows will. And the distribution utilities will gain by not having to augment the infrastructure or defer the capital expense. So I can go on with a lot more, but I'll pause now.
Thank you. Thanks so much, Vinod. And would like to now move on to Cornelia. Cornelia, you've worked in this in the area of sustainable energy and energy efficiency for over 12 years. And so what are the benefits and potentials that you see that are offered by the peer-to-peer trading in local communities? And you've also been working on policy initiatives and also what has worked and what needs to be done to support this further? Over to you.
Thank you very much for the question. I would want to take a bit of a higher level view on the policy perspectives. Is it work? Okay, this seems to be working now. Yes. So I will take a bit of a higher level perspectives on the benefits and the potentials. As mentioned, we live in a disruptive time. So electrification of the energy system is one of the key areas for a clean energy transition. And that requires a system change. So we have a move away from centralized to more decentralized generation. We have integration of higher shares of renewable energy sources. We have growing end-use electrification. We need to be more flexible in managing the grid, etc. And we have, as I mentioned, increases in electricity demand. So in emerging market and developing economies alone, our estimations is that electricity demand could increase by over 2,600 terawatt hours by 2030, which is like 5 times the electricity demand of Germany at the moment. And we have also seen that grid investments are lagging behind at the moment. Digitalization is key to enabling this energy transition, to manage the grids. And we need more investment in that. Putting people at the center is another key element of a clean energy transition, and the peer-to-peer community trading is one of the options of putting people at the center and creating opportunities. So local community-based generation and consumption can relieve stresses on the grids. It can help defer expensive grid upgrades and also support system efficiency by that. And it also offers a number of societal benefits, as were outlined already in the introductory presentation. So it can enable collaboration and trust within the community through the trading. It makes economic sense, as we have seen with the price discovery here. It can also help overcome historical societal inequalities through the trading aspect, through the collaboration aspect. And we also see that there are some long-term and sometimes even intergenerational education, skills and employment benefits of such community-based systems, because the management, the operation of the trading and of the system overall requires formal skills, it requires formal education. In the management of the trading system, a lot of very, very sought-after skills are achieved, which will then also generate better employment opportunities for community members.
Thank you so much, Cornelia, for highlighting the benefits and the potential that peer-to-peer trading is offering for the local energy communities. So I'll come back to you for more insights on the policy and regulations. But let me now invite Ms. Luisa Matos, the CEO of Clean Watts. And before I hand over the mic to her, please join me in congratulating Ms. Matos for receiving an award of excellence by International Smart Grid Action Network yesterday for the project that she'll be sharing more insights on that their organization has undertaken in Portugal. Over to you.
Thank you. So First of all, thank you very much for being here and for the award. This project, Flex Unity, he came as a vision for us to try to accelerate the growth of the energy communities and leverage on the technology, digital technology that we have available today, namely to manage flexible loads. So we can have that combine with local energy markets and enhance the value that we can create for both consumers, prosumers, grid operators, and investors. So what we did was implementing the project in 2 pilots with different configurations. So we had like a localized pilot in a specific region in UK, in Corby, where we had generation, like distributed generation. We connected EV chargers. We connected some small loads behind the meter. And then we tested a couple of business models there. And on the other side, in another pilot in Iberia, where we had kind of a virtual community with members in Spain and Portugal. We also had a distributed generation, the small batteries, EV chargers, and small loads. So we were looking at how can we create value and how we can scale up also the technology to then grow the deployment of energy communities. So on the business models, we look at 3 levels. So how could we create additional benefits for end consumers or prosumers? Then the second level was on the level of the aggregator or the retailer that could actually be managing a community. And the third one was at the level of the TSO. So how could we enhance the value that we can create for the grids? I did mention, so this project, it was a small consortium, so we were the coordinators and we worked with a retailer in Spain, which was managing the pilot. We had energy community manager in UK, Corby Electric there. Then we were working with our partners in Finland, LUT, so Technology University of La Peranta, for their expertise on energy systems and energy markets. And then in Portugal, we were working with our TSO, with the R&D group of the Portuguese TSO. And each of them was helping on understanding how we could create benefits with these different business models. So I think really important learning that we got from this project was understanding that at the level of the consumer and prosumer, we can start by doing things with different kind of business models. So we tested 2 approaches. One of the approach was with the centralized ownership of the generation assets. And the second one was with the distributed, so the decentralized ownership. And this was important for us to understand how we could then deploy the energy sharing models. When we had the decentralized ownership model, it was a competitive peer-to-peer model that we implemented. On the centralized, it was a more simple tariff scheme where basically the owner of the assets could define which was the tariff in a way that was interesting for the consumers and the members of this community to access this energy that was being shared. And why is this important? When we look at the landscape, especially the regulatory landscape, what can we do today? We need to think how can we grow faster and deploy these energy communities faster and not just look at pilots, because we can do, and we have been for a decade doing a lot of pilots on topics like energy communities. So we needed to understand how could we use the regulatory framework that was available to deploy faster. So when we think about the centralized model, what this helps also is on the access to capital, which is quite important. And when we think about creating an energy community, Of course, there are already prosumers that are really willing to share their surplus to their peers. But in many situations, people don't have actually the budget to invest themselves in a in the PV generation, the rooftop, or they might be living in an apartment building, or they have difficulties. Even from CNI companies, not all companies are available to actually invest in PV or other source of generation. So when we thought about having this centralized model, an anchor prosumer with a big rooftop where we could actually install a big power plant, and then that power plant would have a big surplus that we can actually share with the local community. So this is the ignition of a community, and the way that we are looking at make it more inclusive and creating a really marketplace for the energy sharing is then by taking care of the complexity that we have in terms of bureaucratic processes to put in place an energy community. With this first step, we take care of that, and then we have the marketplace, and anyone in the community that is a prosumer that wants to sell their surplus to this marketplace, they can just connect, and then we can engage and have this connected with this local marketplace. So this is like an approach for us to use the regulation that we have, and I'm talking about the RED II regulation in Europe that, by the way, is evolving and we'll be introducing more energy sharing models. But it's just an approach for us to scale this and go beyond the pilot stage.
Thank you so much for detailing the about the project and the outcomes of the project and the regulatory scenario that you already have for taking this forward. So I'll come back to you for more details, and if anyone is looking forward to learn more about this project, we have this GAN brochure kept on the side table. Please make use of that and to get more details. So with the benefits and potentials shared by our esteemed panelists, and them talking about the various experiences they are bringing on this topic, I would like to move to Mr. Anil Rawal, who's the managing director for IntelliSmart, and IntelliSmart is India's leading smart metering and digital solutions provider. So Mr. Rawal, I would like to understand from the experience that you bring and the smart metering projects that you've been undertaking. Would like to move to hear from you that how do you explain how local communities and smart metering work together, and towards promotion of energy efficiency and consumer empowerment. So I'd like to hear your insights from the experience that you have working in this area.
Sure. Thank you, Rina, first of all, and thanks for having me. So, as it's stated, I think world over, energy is really going through the unprecedented times. There are macro factors which were not there in past, maybe war or something. And at the same time, some of the factors which were developing and we probably overlooked, like kind of climate change. And this is putting pressure on the systems as such. We have no option other than coping up for the renewed situation. And it's changing very fast. Whatever we are talking, doing, I'm personally convinced with whatever data I have, it is really not enough. So it has to be faster. Why I'm saying so is we are observing this the most in countries like India, which are under pressure to supply power, which is on always increasing demand because of the fast pace of growth. And you have coal as or other fossil fuels as one of those sources. There's always a dilemma, whether I supply sufficient or whether I do the climate action. And both things are must. So that's why I said the pressures. Ultimately, there is one global requirement and there is another local requirement. Balancing these two things are serious pressure on governments, particularly in developing nations like India. In this perspective, we sometimes forget the pressures on distribution companies, particularly again in countries like India, where financials have never been great. They are required to now integrate renewables, which is must. You can't do anything about it. They are required to supply power at the cheapest of the prices possible. And at the same time, there is a consumer which has been now increasingly asking for role in the grid. For the simple reason that grid has been made by people, it has been contributed by people. So where is their role? That's what empowerment is referred to. So there are serious pressures. Now coming to the point that what is currently happening in terms of digitalization, and very well stated that digitalization is the only way forward. Countries like India have chosen the path of digitalization through smart metering, which may not be panacea, but is a solution to large extent which is having visibility. And that's where these topics of P2P, etc. really work very well. Now coming to part of renewable integration, where you need some good control on DSM side, again smart metering is working very well. Program is picking very well, so this will solve the issue of renewable integration. This will solve the issue of, to large extent, the consumer empowerment. And one more issue which is very important when we are referring to DERs, solar rooftop has not picked very well. That's also a distress in the sector. It has really not picked the way it was expected. Reason was very simple, that there is no incentive. There is no incentive for me as a consumer to install solar rooftop because there are variable quantum of regulations available, variable quantum of offtake by the grids, and not very sure what happens to my energy. That's where smart metering, being net metering, is helping that also. But still, it is to pick up. I'll tell you two ground level situations which are running very fast in particularly Indian context. One is the EVs. EVs are moving much faster than expectation of even any government. And whether distribution companies are ready with the local network planning, whether they can tell you today if you go to distribution companies that I want to put a large EV charger, can they really tell with the confidence? Not sure, because there are no data registries available. And if there is too much of solar rooftop coming, whether they can absorb and do the net metering and pay to the consumers, not sure again, because again data registries are not available. Network planning at local level has not picked the pace. I'm sorry if I'm sounding like a bit of pessimist on these things, but I'm trying to tell what I'm observing on the ground. It's not that there are no solutions to it, but there are certainly solutions, and solutions are working very fast. We are ourselves trying and working on network planning at local level, which would enable the distribution companies to really tell that where rooftop should come and how much, and where EV chargers should come and how much. And that's where these innovations of P2V are really, really heartening. Actually, if I am a consumer and I'm a prosumer rather, I'm generating power and consuming some of it for myself, and I'm ready to pump in the grid. And if my distribution company is not in position for whatever reasons to pay suitably for it, then at least I am empowered. So this connects through the empowerment angle also. So I can sell to my fellow neighborhood. I can sell to industry. Industry could be aggregator from P2P. Now in our country, we have another issue where we actually cross-subsidize the industry power a lot, making them less and less competitive because we have subsidy issues which are in the process of solutioning, but as of now. So if we have an option where industry can aggregate P2P power, it's going to open the gates of right kind of marketplace, which is far more open. There will be again network planning issues where the concerns could be there, but then this is an evolving world and this has to evolve. So I would see P2P as a great innovation. If it runs through, it would certainly enable, empower the consumer. It will promote solar rooftop. It will put the cost of power down. It will enable industry. It will enable consumer to sell. It will improve solar rooftop and many other things. So that's why I see it's a great innovation. Only thing is we need to move fast on the regulations, and it's really heartening to know that two regulators have already come with this, and we'll be keenly looking forward to, because we being shouldering smart metering program in the country, would be very keen to take it on at whatever level we can. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rawal. And smart metering being the prerequisite for successful peer-to-peer trading projects that we have seen from the experiences from not only India but other countries. So definitely, we see going forward, and with the big rollout plan that India has for smart metering in India, definitely peer-to-peer trading we see as one of the key enabler of a flexible marketplace going forward. And of course, IntelliSmart and the smart metering will play a key role in further pushing the agenda. So now we would like to move to our next panelist, Mr. Siddharth Arora from Shakti Sustainable Energy Foundation. And Siddharth would like to know what is the role of philanthropic organization like SSEF in peer-to-peer trading or any new technology adoption which our energy sector is looking for. So over to you.
Thanks, Reena. First of all, thank you to ISGF for inviting me here. So I represent Shakti Foundation, and in particular in Shakti, I am from the Clean Power Division, and we have basically 3 sub-verticals in which we are working. One is supporting the utilities, second is high RE, which is the new technologies which are there, and third is energy access. And I see solutions like VPP fits in all 3 of them. So if you make a checklist, you can basically check all 3 of them. Working with utilities to improve their financial health, P2P can do that basically. New technology, supporting innovations, again, it is there. And in areas where the accessibility is not there, you can have your own small energy trading going on in an aloof area. So that is also an area which can be picked up by P2P. So as philanthropy, we understand, and in particular, our particular interest is into these 3 areas, and initiatives like P2P are quite welcome. At the same time, the funds are limited, so we don't have a very deep pockets. We can just do a couple of pilots here and there, and then we have to come out with regulations fast for that. So I understand that in UP you did one, and we have basically given knowledge support to some other initiatives also. And 2 regulators, as Anil ji mentioned, came out with the regulation. And also Lisa mentioned that a decade has been gone in doing all the pilots. Now it's the time to basically come up with certain firm regulations, and platforms like FOR, Reggie mentioned that where you have shared the experience, are such a great platform where probably some of the new regulators will pitch in and show their interest to do that. So that is one area which we see that let's do pilot fast and scale it up. Multiplier effect we need to have here. And another angle which I was thinking of P2P is electricity is very social political subject here in India, and all the state probably will be coming out with free units, 200 units to all the consumers. So, and then utilities needs to evolve, whether it's private, public, they need to come out with certain business models so that they are able to supply these free units. So can solutions like P2P come under that frame of at the cheapest cost you are providing those 200 units to the consumer, because you don't know when the subsidy is coming, and that's where like innovations and you need to learn and evolve. So happy to support these initiatives if we can see a multiplier effect, if we see the financial health of utilities is improving, new technologies coming, and supporting access, like all the consumer are having a good quality round the clock electricity. So happy to work on these initiatives. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Siddharth, and thank you for all the good work SSEF has undertaken. And as rightly said, that now it's time to move on from the pilots and go for large-scale rollouts. We have the experiences in hand and best practices available to take up bigger projects. So with that, let me go back to Vinod, from again talking about from the learnings that you bring. And so what do you think are the essential requirements for implementing these kind of local markets, local energy markets, and what are the current obstacles, from the experiences that you've seen, which are hindering the large-scale implementation? If you talk about the experience coming from India or anywhere, around the world that you have worked in. And how are these prospects of local energy markets evolving, and do they offer any advantage or disadvantage to the utilities that you've been working on? Over to you.
Yeah, that's a pretty loaded question, but I'll take it, unpack it one by one. So the first part of the question was
sorry, the kind of obstacles that
yes,
you see in large-scale rollouts. And,
yes.
Yeah.
So I would say two barriers. One is the physical environment and the regulatory environment. So physical environment, as mentioned, requires the right type of metering infrastructure. Smart metering infrastructure, meters which are able to read interval data and are able to communicate. These are the two essential things, because otherwise you can't run a digital marketplace. So you need to have smart meters. So globally, obviously, there is now progress in rollout of smart meters. Different geographies are at different levels at this stage, but that will be one of the key requirements. And we see in some markets where the rollout's been low, that is certainly a barrier as a starting point. And the second part is regulations. So whilst the virtual peer-to-peer can be done in most markets under the existing regulations, but there needs to be clarity on how it can, because electricity sharing trading is typically a licensed activity globally. So people can't trade. You require a license, whether you are a generator or an energy retailer or other entity part of that stakeholding group. So regulations need to be clear enough, and we're now starting to see there is a clear progress in that. So Europe started with clean energy package, which created these energy communities, renewable energy communities and citizen energy communities, and they gave rights to certain sectors where energy could be shared, traded within a small network. So for example, in Spain, up to 2 kilometers, you can do the peer-to-peer trade. In France, it is, under certain instances, you can do up to 20 kilometers of peer-to-peer trade. In Austria, 6 kilometers. So there is an evolving mechanism, and obviously India is now part of that, and the leadership of UP Electricity Regulatory Chairman obviously has led to the first clear guidelines on how it can be done. So these barriers are starting to come down, and but we were at MNRE, and one of the questions asked was, well, you have done well, to do the pilot and convince with the utility benefit of the pilot to one state regulator. You might have to do it to 28 states or go everywhere. That's a very hard work, given the kind of federal nature of state electricity regulation in India. So it needs to be done through a body like Forum of Regulators, where presentation of the clear guidelines and benefits should then be adapted, and obviously almost like a toolkit that can be sent to all the regulatory commissions and utilities to how this can be implemented. At the moment, it is a barrier. So scaling up barrier is regulation is obviously is one of those things. The other part is, of course, expanding that to the benefit part, and that also came up in what Siddhartha was mentioning. So there are three key benefits that, and I'd almost put them in financial, societal, and electrical. So literally everything that is, that touches, the energy users is benefited by creating these local energy markets. In terms of financial, I mentioned in my sort of opening remark as well that you can move away from subsidies to a market-based mechanism. how cool. Like, you have, we have actually estimated, few billions of dollars of subsidy already in Indian market that could move away if peer-to-peer energy trading is implemented. Societal. So whilst we are moving to the 100% renewable world, not everyone, every consumer is able to install rooftop solar. So does it mean that they have to pay a premium to their energy retailer to supply green energy? Not everyone will be able to afford that premium electricity, I suppose. Can you make that clean energy cheaper? And yes, peer-to-peer energy trading, we've already demonstrated with Indian pilots that my rooftop solar might produce an energy that my neighbor might be able to buy cheaper than grid price. So making those who cannot afford to be part of a renewable economy or cannot install their own distributed energy resources can also be part of renewable economy by participating as consumers in peer-to-peer energy trading. So great societal benefit, you're bringing everyone along. And the other part there is as well, that when the subsidies are provided only to those who can afford rooftop solar or those who are buying rooftop solar, those who do not have that money to buy even the startup rooftops, they completely miss out. And subsidies are typically recovered from the users. So at some stage, cost of those subsidies will be smeared across everyone. So those who were missing out were actually paying for others who could, so it's a total perverse outcome. So this market-based mechanism really breaks the shackles there and provides this as an alternative. And thirdly, electrical. That is a very powerful benefit for why you should have these local energy markets. We almost see energy markets as a 4-layered structure. The topmost layer is the wholesale market, which everyone knows. The energy is traded, shared between generators and retailers in the wholesale electricity market. The bottommost layer is the consumer level, where depending on, again, geographies, you can have aggregation of renewable assets. The consumers can participate in demand response, etc., and unlock new revenue streams. But the two intermediary layers, local energy market and flexibility, because as the world progresses to variable renewable energy, you do face challenges of integrating renewable, and that is around frequency regulation. At the transmission level, at the distribution level, you face the voltage and reactive power imbalances. So local energy market, which runs almost 24/7, continuous market, participants can provide a real solution to reducing the export back to the grid or reverse flows back to the grid or import from the grid in the peak demand intervals, thereby flattening the duck curve, which is a major problem for grid operators and a cost for managing the grid. So deferment of capital expense, and you run these multiple local energy markets. There will be hundreds and thousands of these, which then start to become a real template of how you advance to 100% renewable world. So these are the real electrical advantages, we would like to see, as mentioned by Anuji, that progress is slow at the moment, but with the clear benefits that exist, and the technologies like blockchain, digitization of the platform, enabling the easy implementation of these solutions. It'll be great to have more regulators and more regulatory frameworks around the world enabling this, because this is a solution.
Thank you so much, Vinod, for giving us such a holistic overview of the barriers that we are facing, as well as the kind of potential and benefits. And going forward, we definitely are looking forward to this kind of marketplaces playing a key role in changing the whole scenario. So let me move to Cornelia, back to you. From your role as a policy analyst on energy efficiency and working in this area, what's your opinion how policy and regulatory support is needed to scale up digital business models? Some of the points Vinod mentioned, but what's your opinion in this area?
I agree with a lot of points that Vinod has mentioned on the regulatory aspects, and policy, strategy, and regulation have to address a number of different aspects when we think about digitally enabled business models, peer-to-peer community trading, etc. So we require an upgrade in IT infrastructure, both in terms of the performance and coverage. And we need initiatives and strategies supporting that. So an example is, for instance, for a regional strategy would be the African Union's Digital Transformation Strategy for Africa, which gives an outline of how to approach the improvement of the IT infrastructure. We also need the electricity infrastructure to be ready, to be reliable, and to be efficient to allow for the trading. We need to enable real-time digital communication, transferring of payments, etc. And as I had mentioned before, there's a lot of investments needed. I think a doubling of investment in grid infrastructure is needed by 2030 to up to around 750 billion US dollars. So that's immense, and there needs to have a lot of strategies behind on how to enable, how to roll out. We have at the IEA developed a report on unlocking smart grid opportunities in emerging market and developing economies, so I invite you to take a look at that, for instance. And what else is needed is an innovation-friendly regulatory environment, and a couple of speakers have mentioned as well that we need prosumers and consumers to take an active role, to act as aggregators, and to have a regulatory environment that enables these types of business models with consistent rules, with clear roles and responsibilities, also in the relation with utilities and with customers. We need interoperability and standards to ensure the correct operation of the system, and also we have to think about data protection, cyber resilience of energy value chains, etc. So there's a number of aspects that policies and regulatory systems need to consider, and I would like to draw that together by saying what we need most of all is the collaboration between the different sectors, between the different actors in the system. We need comprehensive policy approaches, and we need policies and strategies that consider both innovation in digitalization, in electricity systems, from an economic perspective. So what we really need is the consistency in the approach in making this work. And I also want to add that international collaboration is of utmost importance in that, for experience sharing, for knowledge sharing, for raising capacities. And at the IE we have the Digital Demand-Driven Electricity Networks Initiative, which works with governments across the world on doing exactly that and looking into pilot projects. And I also want to thank India Smart Grid Forum very much, and other Indian friends and partners for their collaboration in that.
Thank you so much, Cornelia, for covering all the different aspects that are required, including having the right ecosystem towards IT, cybersecurity, and policy integrated together for a successful rollout. So let me go back to Mr. Rawal before I come back to Louisa. Mr. Rawal, you've heard from our other panelists on the key enablers and obstacles that they understand. But from your perspective, what do you think is the role of smart metering that is going to play, or Cornelia mentioned about IT infrastructure, for these kind of large rollout, not only at the pilot scale but also the large scale rollout? And from your perspective, what are the key challenges do you think smart metering implementing organization is facing, and what kind of support do you think you can get from the local energy communities for the work that you're doing? Over to you.
Sure. So let's understand how smart metering works. I'm sure many of us know this very well, but still to bring out the framework. So smart metering is far more than the metering. It's, I would say, the least technical job in smart metering value chain is installation of the meter. While it is a very, very active appliance, but in the process of value chain delivery of smart metering, installation of the meter in terms of its value in the value chain, as well as in terms of the work required or skill required, I would say better, is the least. it would be a bit different than what normally we perceive. Smart meter cost could be higher in the value chain in a smart metering value, the meter cost, but the value part in terms of value chain as well as the skill, it's the least. For the reason that difference between a electromechanical or a digital meter or even a AMR meter versus smart meter actually lies in the fact that how many times less we visit the household after installation of the meter. Ideally, in smart metering value chain, it should be one visit, the day you install. After that, ideally, it should be no privacy interventions. So, where is the real skill in smart metering? Real skill in smart metering or value also lies beyond meter in the cloud applications. So, data traveling from meter to the cloud applications in terms of data capture and algorithm and analytics and forming sense out of this data so that billing can be done is the real crux of the value in the smart metering value chain. Why I am bringing this topic here and linking to this our today's topic is that smart metering framework provides a significantly strong IT digital solution already available for rolling out these all value-added services. P2P is one of them. At least we are doing work on 3 different value-added services already. For one, for which we got honorable mention yesterday, AIML data analytics, which lots of data is coming. So this P2P and many more are just additions to the given framework. So when you do smart metering, it not only lays down the building block of smart grid, but also lays down the building block of many such applications which we are talking about. And doing smart metering only for doing electricity measurement is the worst utilization of smart metering. Actually, things start from there, and once you do the smart metering, P2P enablement automatically happens if you overlay the algo of P2P on smart metering digital framework. So that's the first and foremost thing. Now coming to the challenges, frankly, other than the inertia and resistance to change, I don't see any challenge. We have to commit. To this digitalization mode of our power sector, without which we are heading nowhere. And as I already said, in terms of renewable integration, or in terms of realizing the dream of net zero, or many other things, means we just are heading nowhere, frankly, solar rooftop, whatever you want to mention, frankly, we are not heading without doing this base digitalization. And there is frankly no challenge other than the lack of commitment. We need to commit as society, as nation, or as global citizens to digitalization move. It would have its cost, but it actually has already been proven that this, for example, smart metering value chain in India has shown that it's one of the least payback period in infrastructure projects. It actually returns for itself in a year or two of its operation. You won't find any infra project having less payback period than smart metering. So when people talk about the cost, when people talk about the meters recently being installed in the last 4 or 5 years, whatever, there are hundreds of logics which are being produced. But sometimes people talk about the load on the consumer. I really don't see, because if the base premise of smart metering is that it will save money, then where is the load? What I would believe that once it cuts the losses which are to the tune of 15-20%, so you are actually cutting the price of the power. It should pass on the benefit to the consumer. Your price of the power, landed cost of power, has to go down significantly once you have critical mass of the smart meter. You cannot be testing a solution with minuscule rollout. So once it's a critical mass, sufficient amount of pilot has happened in the country. At least in India, if you see about 6 million meters, they have proven themselves. So a significant rollout would actually, I would believe, cut the cost of delivered power to the consumers, would actually make power cheaper to the industry, would actually make solar rooftop more available, would allow DERs to get integrated. and many more things. So I would see, you know, no serious challenge than giving commitment to this, and there will be always issues around change. There will be always some consumers who have not been paying for years would require to pay, but then that's Pareto optimality which you would like to look forward to in this kind of projects. And I would see we as global citizens need to commit towards digitalization in the power sector, which actually I would say laggard in the process of digitalization across the globe on, compared to other areas. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rahul. And I would like to move to Luisa for a brief remarks around, you've heard other panelists talking about, Vinod talked about his experiences. What are the obstacles again going forward, for larger scale rollout from the experiences that you've had while rolling out the pilot? And what do you think, what kind of enabling environment would you like to see for larger scale adoption of these kind of projects going forward? Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, so there are plenty of barriers that are still blocking the way to large scale. Our experience trying to build many energy communities, looking at what we are doing Portugal, Italy, Spain, and we are about to move also to the US, we see different kind of barriers. A very common one is the regulation. And for instance, in Portugal, it's not that the regulation is not there. Actually, I believe it's one of the best regulations that we have for deploying renewable energy communities and collective self-consumption. And it's there from January 2020. The problem is the implementation of this regulation, because it's not enough to have a good law. We need to actually make it, implement it. And this means that different stakeholders will have to adjust and adapt to the new regulation. For instance, national authorities have to create new internal processes, have to have new systems that actually help us to speed up all the permitting process. On the DSO side, they have to have the programs in place to adapt to the needs of access to data from the smart meters to the reality of energy communities. So there are these, it's like details, but they make the difference, and they say that devil is in the details, but they do stall the growth and the scale of energy communities. So on the permitting side, we have a big barrier there, and it's not just about regulation, it's then the implementation. Then we have some other barriers to scale. At the beginning, when we started to deploy these renewable energy communities, we had a kind of a social engagement barrier, because it was something new and people were not aware, and they were a bit concerned because it was too good to be true. After the topic came after having more awareness of this topic, of the possibility to have benefits coming out from energy communities, being aware that they can actually save, and we are talking about like 20-30% savings on energy bill, it became more easier to actually engage with people to be part of an energy community. And of course, we did a lot of work with like local municipalities and local stakeholders to build more and more trust. But there is this barrier that we have to acknowledge, because it's all about social engagement and changing some of the way that they see the energy relationship, and many are used to just like pay the bill and complain about the bill, but Then when we talk about engaging with the flexibility component, because we can start with the energy sharing, but we can enhance the benefits engaging with the flexibility, and we can think about benefits for both behind the meter energy community level and the system operator level. We have then again problems with engagement with people, because we will have to create like simple services. We can't bring complexity. It has to be super simple for the people to be willing to help with their flexibility. If it is with EV charging specific tariffs, or controlling a battery, or providing storage as a service, there are so many details on how we can do this, but the challenge is to actually make it super, super simple for anyone from an energy community to engage with a program like this. Then I will just add another one, which is the access to capital. And yesterday in this room we had a session on this. When we think about these local energy communities, and if we think about the approach that we have been doing, like looking at the initial anchor prosumer, we are not talking about big investments. It's typically, I don't know, 10 kilowatts, 100 kilowatts, or up to a mega watt of capacity. This is not grid scale investments. And to access capital, we need to have bigger scale on one side. On the other side, we have to look at how to de-risk this project, the small projects. And we are still trying to crack the code on how to unlock these barriers, because there are plenty of investors, private investors, willing to invest in renewables, but when they look at these small projects, they don't fit on the standards that they usually use to evaluate risk and profitability, and also uncertainty on permitting, etc. It creates a lot of barriers to access capital. So,
absolutely.
Thank you.
So thank you so much, and with our esteemed panelists here, we have been able to bring forward many, not only the experiences, best practices, but also what are the enabling factors like regulations, having the right IT infrastructure in place, having funding to be able to take up these projects on a larger scale, having the right ecosystem and buy-in of not only the regulators but also the community to be part of that for any kind of successful rollout. So with that, lastly I'll come back to you, Siddharth. You've heard from different panelists about all these factors, but from SSCF perspective, what are the new initiatives you are looking forward to take up, for enabling further enabling and engaging with the communities, or for the energy transition that we are looking forward to? Over to you.
Sure, yeah. So we have basically given knowledge support to a couple of projects in the recent past. I would mention one was with Tata Power Delhi Discom on the behavioral demand response. And the support was provided in 2 phases, and they basically conducted certain events. Like in phase 1, I remember 16 events of 2 hours each, in which a day prior to the consumers, they'll give a message or communicate that, say, tomorrow 2 to 4 p.m., you just shed your load to a certain level, and you will be eligible to participate in the behavioral demand response. And if you qualify, you will be getting certain incentives for that. In the first phase, about 2,000 consumers participated. In phase 2, I know more than 10,000 participation was there. And savings were in tune of, I think, close to 80-90 megawatts was achieved. And they are going in phase 3 with, I think, 100,000 consumers as a base. Then on time of use, definitely we have given knowledge support to you also, and it was very heartening to see MOP coming out with TOD notification while you have already come out with a time of use application. So that is one. And the morning presentation of Reggie, we saw about 14 areas blockchain can support. And going forward, like I personally see virtual power plant as one of the big area to work upon. To understand what will be its architecture, how that pooling will be done. Can these VPPs participate in trading energy outside the local community? Can they go to exchange? How that financial adjustments will be done. So all these things need to be understood, and the entire architecture needs to be developed. Another area is DSO, the Distribution System Operator. Department of Science and Technology came out with a report recently. But again, what will be the larger area? What will be like the guiding framework to set up a DSO? We are also talking about bringing in retail competition. So how the parallel licensing will work once the DSO is there, what its roles and responsibilities in that. Again, developing the entire architecture. And I mean, these are some of the new areas, as I mentioned initially, that we are trying to support utilities to come out of their financial debt, whatever way possible. So probably these are the areas, small nudges we need to look into and support. And as Louisa mentioned that the access to finance, because for the investors, these are not gigawatt scale projects, and you don't get access for that. But again, the point is we need to work on these small areas to come out and integrate and basically change the entire system. So yes, some of the new initiatives, and I'll be happy to see those areas which you mentioned, like the blockchain, where we can have some interventions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Siddharth, for sharing and the good work that SSEF is doing in adoption of new technologies and in the initiatives you've been undertaking. So with that, that brings us to the end of the panel discussion, and we are already out of time. But I would like to take this opportunity to thank all the panelists here before I hand over to Mr. Pillai for a vote of thank and summary of the session. But before I do that, I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate IntelliSmart and Mr. Rawal to also be a recipient of the ISGAN Award of Excellence, which was awarded yesterday for their project on artificial intelligence, machine learning, powered enterprise analytics for power distribution company. So many congratulations, Mr. Rawal. And with that, let me hand over the stage to Mr. Pillai.
Yeah, I mentioned about 92 paise per kilowatt hour going as a reward for the utility. The same guidelines also mentioned about 42 paise per kilowatt hour for somebody who can make a technology platform that can enable it. So the whole thing work as a service. There is no capex, utility or anyone not going to invest into a blockchain platform because it will be extremely difficult for them to maintain it. Even AMI itself. Now the rollout of smart metering in India is happening as a service against a monthly fee because discoms will, utilities will find it extremely difficult to manage it. So X rupee per meter into 10 years, which was a business model ISGF suggested 7 years ago. That's exactly what currently being done. So blockchain platform also, they realized that it has to be a service, and 42 paise which they have specified per kilowatt hour. And when we calculated, we said we will do that at 42 paise including GST, which means about 35 paise only we net get it. So unless there is about 50 to 100 megawatt of distributed the prosumers, and they are selling at least 1/3 of their daily generation, and then only we can at least justify the deployment of couple of engineers and a minimum establishment. Otherwise we need viability gap funding to maintain that. Also we went ahead saying that we will do the UP project even if there is only 10 people. We are going to do it. Power Ledger and ISGF, we are committed. We hope they will be able to take it forward. There is a change of leadership, but we hope UP Regulatory Commission will support that and will happen, and many other places. So as I said, Forum of Regulators, we have made the presentation. It was very warmly received by everybody at the Forum of Regulation. I hope at least of the states in next 2 years come up with such enabling regulations, and this is happening. And I also like to thank Shakti Sustainable Energy Foundation for supporting many of these new projects. Actually, the 3 blockchain projects which are done, each one of them the utilities paid a small amount of money. It was not through grant, but the next phase we expect grant from some of the big projects. But at the same time, very interesting project we are again done in UP is about the real-time pricing. So we started that project sometime last year. We have 50 customers, commercial, industrial, residential, a collection of 50 customers with a total load of 22 megawatt. And every day night we send a price signal at midnight for the next 96 blocks, 15 minutes blocks, 96 blocks. So over and above their existing tariff, some 1 rupee rebate, 2 rupee rebate, 3 rupee rebate, 4 rupee rebate. We capped it at 4. Same way surcharge, 1, 2, 3, 4 rupee surcharge in the peak hours. So whenever there is surplus, we fetch that, an algorithm fetch the next day's scheduling from the IEX, Indian Energy Exchange market for the North India, and do this price signal. People were religiously following some of them, and some of them were commercial customers, large commercial customers like IT Park and 5-star hotels and all that. There again, we make a bill, shadow bill end of the month based on our price signals which offer rebates and surpluses. And some of the large customers, megawatt scale customers, they were getting 30-40 lakhs rupees, 3-4 million rupees per month saving if they follow this, and the load also coming down. But out of 29,000 megawatt of peak load in UP, our sample size of 22 megawatt was too small, but people's willingness, the very important thing is some people closely followed it, their load curve separately when we analyze it with the smart metering data. All these people are connected on smart metering except some industrial people who are on AMR, which we get at the end of the month. So they are closely following it. So financial insensitive can really play in flattening the load curve. And for residential customers, what we had done, we bought some smart plugs and given to them. Smart plug connected to their broadband network at home, and which can be operated from the mobile phone application. So people loading cloth in the washing machine in the morning, and in the afternoon time, most of the days afternoon, there is a surplus power, high solar hours, and 2 rupee, 3 rupee, 4 rupee rebate. So that time people operate that remotely, the washing machine. And water pumping, people doing the water pumping instead of coming home and pumping the water to the at peak hour, which is 6-7 o'clock, they are doing that in the afternoon. These things trend we have seen even in a tier 2 city, in a relatively underdeveloped state like Uttar Pradesh compared to other developed states. But the reason we chose many of the things, that's where maximum number of smart meters are there today. It's in Bihar and in UP are the 2 states which traditionally everybody considered to be much backward, and utilities very badly performing. But today in 2023, both of them have million plus smart meters, whereas in advanced state like Maharashtra and Karnataka, where we used to take those utilities, MSCDCL and BESCOM 10 years ago as the most forward-looking utilities, they don't have even one smart meter. So things are changing. And we hope many of these new schemes, the parallel licensing which Siddharth said, Supreme Court last year allowed. There are many things which were done for privatization which didn't happen, but parallel licensing. So that the existing incumbent utilities are going to be network operators someday or the other. And this is the best way to do that. And I also said in the beginning that number of transactions are going to be into billions and trillions. And these are the platforms which can actually handle those kind of transactions. Thank you very much for your interest in this new schemes. The virtual power plant which you mentioned, actually that is exactly what got Clean Watt the ISGAN award. So their whole project was the local energy community markets becoming virtual power plants offering flexibility to the main grid. Thank you very much to everybody, and a big round of applause to the panel. Group photo please.
in the energy landscape. With increasing concerns over climate change and the need to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, countries worldwide are embracing a cleaner and more sustainable future. The global energy transition is a journey towards a low-carbon economy driven by renewable energy sources and energy efficiency, offering a solution to meet growing energy demands and reducing global warming. India, in particular, has been making remarkable strides in addressing the burgeoning need of improving energy access for its citizens. India has set ambitious goals to reduce carbon intensity of its economy to less than 45% by 2030 and further to net zero by 2070. It has embarked on a journey of achieving ambitious benchmarks of an energy mix through groundbreaking power sector reforms that encompasses a resilient grid, integration of renewable energy, and innovative technologies for introducing energy-efficient appliances. The impactful milestones in this journey include the humble LED light that launched the Ujala scheme, the Street Lighting National Program, SLNP, that brightened our cities and towns effectively and efficiently, energy-efficient fans and air conditioners cooling our homes and offices and buildings. E-mobility through EVs spanning two-wheelers, three-wheelers and four-wheelers, offering a comfortable and cost-effective ride. A pivotal player anchoring India's energy reforms is EESL, Energy Efficiency Services Limited. This organization has been instrumental in implementing various consumer-centric energy efficiency programs that have met with phenomenal success across the country. Its notable achievements include the demand aggregation across residential and consumer segments and subsequent distribution of energy-efficient appliances. Donning a new role, EESL now emerges as an e-mobility service provider and a key player in developing the EV charging infrastructure that is poised to be a game changer in transforming India's transport sector.
I am delighted to be here as a part of the Clean Energy Ministerial, where we are driving the global transition to a greener future. India, led by our visionary Prime Minister Narendra Modi, is proud to have emerged as a global leader in climate action. Recognizing the significance of net zero goals, India recognizes the crucial role of energy efficiency, sustainable cooling and mobility. Our state-owned company, the Energy Efficiency Services Limited, is supporting India's journey towards a sustainable and net zero future.
EESL's pioneering interventions have had remarkable energy savings. 60 billion kilowatt-hour per year of energy, restricted peak demand greater than 12,000 megawatt, more than 48 million tons of CO2 per year in GHG emissions, and estimated monetary savings of over 26 billion Indian rupees. EESL's diverse energy-efficient product portfolio, launched across the length and breadth of India, includes over 360 million LED bulbs and tube lights, resulting in energy savings of over 47 billion kilowatt-hour per year.
Hello.
Super efficient air conditioners for energy saving and reduced contribution to global warming potential. Over 10,000 buildings have been retrofitted, achieving energy savings between 30 to 50%. Over 12,000 electric buses have been deployed, and the target is of 50,000 under the National E-Bus program. Manufacturing of electric vehicle scheme has supported an uptake of close to 1 million EVs with a total outlay of about $1.33 billion. Leader in efficient energy, India must expand renewable energy adoption, improve energy storage, and invest in research and development. Smart grids, advanced metering, and innovative digital technologies should optimize energy consumption. Policy measures and financial incentives must accelerate the adoption of energy-efficient technologies. Collaborative efforts among the government, private sector, and civil society are vital to achieving a sustainable and prosperous future. With consumers opting for eco-friendly choices of appliances, Mission Life's redemption is assured. For energy efficiency in India in the coming years will be the changing lifestyle with super efficient equipment and appliances, demand response enabled appliances, e-mobility and induction cooking. As India climbs the trajectory of emerging as a global leader in energy efficiency, India's changing energy landscape crosses milestones towards smart cities, smart buildings and smart homes. By scaling energy efficiency, integrating demand response, harnessing renewable energy and fostering sustainable practices, India's greener future is assured, even as it ensures a greener planet. The world is witnessing a profound transformation in the energy landscape.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would request to put the house in order. I would request all of you to be please seated. And we are expecting our dignitaries and special guests in less than 5 minutes. And then we will start the proceedings for the day. Thank you so much for making it to this prestigious event. And I would request all of you to be comfortable, and we look forward to a grand session coming up in this hall. Thank you.
The world is witnessing a profound transformation in the energy landscape. With increasing concerns over climate change and the need to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, countries worldwide are embracing a cleaner and more sustainable future. The global energy transition is a journey towards a low-carbon economy driven by renewable energy sources and energy efficiency, offering a solution to meet growing energy demands and reducing global warming. India, in particular, has been making remarkable strides in addressing the burgeoning need of improving energy access for its citizens. India has set ambitious goals to reduce carbon intensity of its economy to less than 45% by 2030 and further to net zero by 2070. It has embarked on a journey of achieving ambitious benchmarks of an energy mix through groundbreaking power sector reforms that encompasses a resilient grid, integration of renewable energy, and innovative technologies for introducing energy-efficient appliances. The impactful milestones in this journey include the humble LED light that launched the Ujala scheme, the Street Lighting National Program, SLNP, that brightened our cities and towns effectively and efficiently, energy-efficient fans and air conditioners cooling our homes and offices and buildings, e-mobility through EVs spanning two-wheelers, three-wheelers and four-wheelers, offering a comfortable and cost-effective ride. A pivotal player anchoring India's energy reforms is EESL, Energy Efficiency Services Limited. This organization has been instrumental in implementing various consumer-centric energy efficiency programs that have met with phenomenal success across the country. Its notable achievements include the demand aggregation across residential and consumer segments and subsequent distribution of energy-efficient appliances. Donning a new role, EESL now emerges as an e-mobility service provider and a key player in developing the EV charging infrastructure that is poised to be a game changer in transforming India's transport sector.
I am delighted to be here as a part of the Clean Energy Ministerial, where we are driving the global transition to a greener future. India, led by our visionary Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, is proud to have emerged as a global leader in climate action. Recognizing the significance of net zero goals, India recognizes the crucial role of energy efficiency, sustainable cooling and mobility. Our state-owned company, the Energy Efficiency Services Limited, is supporting India's journey towards a sustainable and net zero future.
EESL's pioneering interventions have had remarkable energy savings. 60 billion kilowatt-hour per year of energy, restricted peak demand greater than 12,000 megawatt, more than 48 million tons of CO2 per year in GHG emissions, and estimated monetary savings of over 26 billion Indian rupees. EESL's diverse energy-efficient product portfolio, launched across the length and breadth of India, includes over 360 million LED bulbs and tube lights, resulting in energy savings of over 47 billion kilowatt-hour per year. Super efficient air conditioners for energy saving and reduced contribution to global warming potential. Over 10,000 buildings have been retrofitted, achieving energy savings between 30 to 50%. Over 12,000 electric buses have been deployed, and the target is of 50,000 under the National E-Bus program. Manufacturing of electric vehicle scheme has supported an uptake of close to 1 million EVs with a total outlay of about $1.33 billion. BPL households dependent on biomass fuels will be provided 1 kilowatt peak rooftop solar module, while 100,000 households are targeted for introducing induction cooking stoves. To become a global leader in efficient energy, India must expand renewable energy adoption, improve energy storage, and invest in research and development. Smart grids, advanced metering, and innovative digital technologies should optimize energy consumption. Policy measures and financial incentives must accelerate the adoption of energy-efficient technologies. Collaborative efforts among the government, private sector, and civil society are vital to achieving a sustainable and prosperous future. With consumers opting for eco-friendly choices of appliances, Mission Life's redemption is assured. For energy efficiency in India in the coming years will be the changing lifestyle with super efficient equipment and appliances, demand response enabled appliances, e-mobility, and induction cooking. As India climbs the trajectory of emerging as a global leader in energy efficiency, India's changing energy landscape crosses milestones towards smart cities, smart buildings, and smart homes. By scaling energy efficiency, integrating demand response, harnessing renewable energy, and fostering sustainable practices, India's greener future is assured, even as it ensures a greener planet. The world is witnessing a profound transformation in the energy landscape. With increasing concerns over climate change and the need to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, countries worldwide are embracing a cleaner and more sustainable future. The global energy transition is a journey towards a low-carbon economy driven by renewable energy sources and energy efficiency, offering a solution to meet growing energy demands and reducing global warming. India, in particular, has been making remarkable strides in addressing the burgeoning need of improving energy access for its citizens. India has set ambitious goals to reduce carbon intensity of its economy to less than 45% by 2030 and further to net zero by 2070. It has embarked on a journey of achieving ambitious benchmarks of an energy mix through groundbreaking power sector reforms that encompasses a resilient grid, integration of renewable energy, and innovative technologies for introducing energy-efficient appliances. The impactful milestones in this journey include the humble LED light that launched the Ujala scheme, the Street Lighting National Program, SLNP, that brightened our cities and towns effectively and efficiently, energy-efficient fans and air conditioners cooling our homes and offices and buildings, e-mobility through EVs spanning two-wheelers, three-wheelers, and four-wheelers, offering a comfortable and cost-effective ride. A pivotal player anchoring India's energy reforms is EESL, Energy Efficiency Services Limited. This organization has been instrumental in implementing various
Good afternoon. Good afternoon once again. I would request all colleagues to please be seated. And now we start the proceedings for the event. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and distinguished dignitaries, a warm welcome to all of you. We are gathered here today to focus on accelerating India's net zero transition through energy efficiency, sustainable cooling, and mobility. I'm Neha Bhatnagar, your host for the event. We at EESL are privileged to have this august audience of experts in this hall, and we look forward to hearing great minds share best practices, innovative approaches, and success stories to drive India's net zero emission agenda. During the event, we will witness exchanging of MOUs with institutions of repute and state governments, which will foster cooperation and collaboration in addressing the challenges and opportunities associated with the expansion of energy efficiency measures. I would now like to invite Shri Vishal Kapoor, CEO EESL, to extend a warm welcome address to all the dignitaries. Sir, I welcome you on the stage.
Thank you, Neha. Distinguished guests, Honorable Shri Stanzen Choswell, Executive Councillor, Ladakh Autonomous Hill Development Council, Leh, Shri Pradeep Kumar Jena, Chief Secretary, Odisha, Mr. Ajay Jain, Special Chief Secretary, Andhra Pradesh is yet to join, but he'll be joining us shortly. Esteemed industry colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it's indeed an honor for me to extend a warm welcome to each one of you on this occasion. Today we convene to reflect upon the past and posit about the future strategy of energy efficiency implementation by Energy Efficiency Services Limited, an institution under aegis of the Government of India. Through our innovative business models, ESL has been at the forefront of fostering energy efficiency adoption across the country. ESL manages one of the largest and most extensive portfolios of energy efficiency programs, spanning vital sectors such as building energy efficiency, demand-side management, smart metering, electric mobility, renewable energy, and various other energy-efficient appliances. Notably, the accumulated efforts have resulted in over 39.3 million tons of carbon dioxide equivalents having been saved, alongside electricity savings exceeding 49,000 million kilowatt hours, and a remarkable avoidance of 12 gigawatts of energy demand in the country. Furthermore, the substantial energy bill savings of almost around 20,000 crores annually bears witness to the intangible impact of these initiatives. In a nation of 1.3 billion people, India acknowledges the paramount importance of transitioning towards a cleaner energy solution while simultaneously ensuring sustainable economic growth and energy security. Energy efficiency emerges as a pivotal instrument in achieving our commitment to net zero emissions, curbing the carbon intensity of emissions, and realizing our Honorable Prime Minister's vision of achieving net zero by 2070. ESL's steadfast collaboration with our valuable and valued bilateral partner USAID has been instrumental in several clean energy portfolios, notably encompassing building energy efficiency, super efficient air conditioning, and e-mobility. Today, we reaffirm and strengthen this cherished partnership by signing an all-encompassing MOU with the USAID. Furthermore, ESL has established valuable partnerships with distinguished multilateral organizations such as ADB, UNIDO, World Bank, KfW, and others, facilitating the drive towards large-scale energy efficiency initiatives. It gives me immense pleasure to announce our collaborative endeavors now with the Shakti Foundation, spanning various vital areas, including on the National Fans Program. Today we shall mark this association by signing two pivotal MOUs, one with ESL and one with CSL, our subsidiary company. We are keenly aware that implementing energy efficiency projects presents formidable challenges. In response, we are actively evolving our demand aggregation model to cater to the intricate requirements of such projects. Today, we shall formalize agreements and MOUs with numerous entities, including esteemed government entities, agencies, to foster broad-scale cooperation and implementation of energy efficiency and electric mobility initiatives. Indeed, a moment of pride engulfs us as we unveil ESL's new strategy, a collaborative effort along with USAID, through which we recast our vision from enabling more to enabling net zero for our beloved nation. This new strategy aligns with several key principles. Number one, it is impact-driven. ESL will aim to be a catalyst and not only the originator for propelling India's net zero transition through various partnerships along with various ESCOs. Second is championing the public sector energy efficiency. Thirdly, offering an integrated net zero portfolio spanning energy efficiency, renewables, energy storage, energy management, smart grid convergence, and green mobility. And the fourth one, last but not the least, enabling a net zero market, spearheading the world's largest super ESCO, bolstering India's ESCO market, and facilitating financing for energy efficiency. Today, we shall unveil this strategy and outline our areas of future work through the signing of several significant MOUs across various domains. In conclusion, I extend a heartful welcome and invitation to each one of you to partake in this transformative journey towards enabling net zero by 2070. Your collective support and commitment are vital in realizing our noble vision for a greener, more sustainable future. Once again, a very warm welcome to you. Thank you for gracing us on this with your presence. Let us forge ahead together with determination and dedication towards a brighter and more prosperous tomorrow. Thank you very much. And I would also take the opportunity to extend a very warm welcome to Mr. Tilman Kuban, member of the German Parliament. Sir, we would request you to please join in the front, please. Please.
Thank you, sir. I would request all of you to please join me in welcoming Shri Ajay Jain, Special Chief Secretary, Government of Andhra Pradesh. Sir, we welcome you to the event. Moving on with the proceedings, I would now first like to invite Shrimati Apurva Chaturvedi, Senior Clean Energy Specialist with USAID India, to share her perspective with a focus on energy efficiency in India. Ma'am, welcome.
Thank you, Neha, and a very warm good afternoon to everyone. Namaskar. And thank you to ESL for giving us this platform and also for a very long-standing partner, not just with ESL, but actually as a bilateral partnership with the Ministry of Power, Government of India. ESL obviously being the implementing arm of the Ministry of Power on, I would say earlier, just demand side, but it has transgressed from demand side to supply side as well, which includes renewables as well. And I'm very happy to, the CEO himself said, every organization undergoes a change and, reinvigorate. And with the change in leadership with ESL, that dynamism and that change has come in, the first demonstration of which is in the form of this new strategy that the CEO spoke about, which which shows that ESL would be a key enabler for the Prime Minister's vision and target for achieving net zero 2070. And that's where USAID is extremely committed to be supporting ESL in that endeavor, where they will, on their journey towards this net zero as a key implementing organization for that throughout the country, throughout the states, and also, if possible, that's part of the strategy as well, expanding them in the other countries where India can really showcase its leadership with the scale and with the technologies that they already have. So that's what USAID India is very committed to supporting ESL on. We've been doing that in several areas which CEO highlighted, right from building efficiency to air conditioning, cooling. And this particular strategy just demonstrates not just strengthening the earlier areas of sustainable cooling and moving from room ACs, super efficient ACs to smart ACs, which are also smart in terms of consumer and equipment two-way communication, to actually central cooling systems, which are also super efficient, looking at e-mobility from a sustainable and green angle, right from having charging infrastructure, which is not just efficient, but also green in terms of renewable power, looking at EVs, as a service, EV charging as a service, getting in different business models, and also then looking at mass modal shift to mass transport in terms of the e-buses. That's where the strength lies. So we are supporting them in all these endeavors. But now really looking at new verticals where ESL can really make a difference. And that's what the strategy also talks about. Looking at utilities, DISCOMs as a centerpiece. That's where the clean energy transition heart lies. Offering services which can change the way or improve the efficiency of how the DISCOMs perform. So that's also another part of it, and we are extremely committed. We would look forward to strengthening our commitment to ESL and supporting them on the programmatic and technical fronts both. So happy to be here and really looking forward to all the partnerships that ESL is going to have. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. It's an absolute honor to invite Shri Ajay Jain, Special Chief Secretary, Government of Andhra Pradesh, for his special address.
Distinguished guests, first of all, I would like to take this opportunity to sincerely thank ESL for giving this opportunity to us. Well, I am representing Government of Andhra Pradesh. We look after the housing department. So here, as Honorable Prime Minister's vision, Shri Modi ji's vision of providing housing for all, under Prime Minister Awas Yojana Urban and Gramin, in Andhra Pradesh we are constructing 2 million homes for the houseless poor. So we have provided them the house sites, and now with the assistance from Government of India and the state government of Andhra Pradesh, they are constructing the houses. So we thought of a novel idea that when we are constructing houses, so apart from providing housing and infrastructure, why not we adopt energy efficient measures in these houses also, the low cost housing. So one was the design of the house per se. So we collaborated with the Bureau of Energy Efficiency in design of the houses, because Andhra Pradesh, and in fact most of the India's, southern part of the India, it is only hot, hotter and hottest. We do not have any other climate. So to reduce the temperatures, we are adopting the cool paint technology, and the design of the building has been done in such a manner that always the temperature remains 2 to 4 degrees in the houses lower than what is the ambient temperature outside. As part of that, we also thought, why not provide the energy efficient appliances? So that is the energy efficient tube lights, the energy efficient bulbs, and the energy efficient fans. So for each household, we are providing these appliances from the government side. So one is the energy consumption would come down. It would also help the poor to reduce their electricity consumption charges. And of course, overall the climate change and what it contributes to the global cause is very much there. So today we are entering into agreement with ESL. They would be procuring on our behalf, and this would be distributed to these 2 million households over the next period of 18 months. So I think this is what we are doing. So I would again like to thank ESL and the Ministry of Power for supporting us in this noble cause. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Up next, we have a special address from Shri Pradeep Kumar Jaina, Chief Secretary, Government of Odisha. We look forward to his insights. Welcome you, sir.
Thanks to ESL for making all of us assemble here. Distinguished speakers and partners, I welcome each one of you. In fact, we should welcome each other to partner in the mission to make India net zero transition using energy efficiency, sustainable cooling, and mobility and other things. In fact, ESL is having the largest platform to promote energy efficiency in the world, and naturally India having the population of its size, naturally it has to run the largest platform, and we are happy that all of us are here to support ESL in this mission. We as a state, we realize the importance of energy efficiency. In fact, last 3 years, since COVID, we have noted the demand for electricity consumption is rising at an annual compounded growth rate of 23% in my state. So any amount of energy generation possibly cannot meet this growing demand of a CAGR of 25%. So there is possibly no other alternative than demand side management, reducing consumption, which of course would depend upon many things, but at least few of the things that we are doing. We started way back in 2013-14, converting the first state capital in the country to be 100%, all its street lights with LED, and then with ESC now, all our urban areas, all towns, all street lights are LED. Same thing we are taking to the Gram Panchayats and the villages. But then we have realized something, that beyond LED what? LED lighting, after LED lighting what? Of course, there are many appliances where we need to work on. As part of that decision now, we have decided that in all government offices, all the fans will be changed to BLDC fans. Any ACs which have been purchased more than 5 years, all will be replaced with 5-tier super efficient air conditioners. That apart, all the schools, primary school to high school and then to colleges, all the educational institutions, all the health institutions will have their lighting load managed through solar. We are trying our best. This year alone, we are going to spend about $50 million USD only on promoting this energy efficient lighting and fans. And more than that, we are also now, as part of the energy conservation building code, we are working with the development authorities to change their regulations to incentivize energy efficiency in private housing. Similarly, the works code of the government of Odisha is being changed so as to make it compulsory for energy efficiency measures as part of the construction, and all new buildings have to be energy efficient, have to adopt all the green building measures. So we are trying our best, and in this endeavor certainly we would like the support of EESL as we have got in the past. So we would like to further strengthen our partnership with EESL in the days ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I would request Shrimati Apurva Chaturvedi from USAID India and Mr. Bhaskar Raja from USAID India for this exciting moment where we will be witnessing the launch of EESL's vision and strategic document. I would also request Shri Vishal Kapoor, CEO EESL, to please come on the stage. This vision document will enable the net zero transition, and it is a significant moment for us, and we are proud to be a part of this. I would like to invite the USAID team. I would also request the dignitaries, Shri Pradeep Jaina sir, Shri Ajay Jain sir. I would also request Shri Stanson Chospal, Executive Councillor, Ladakh Autonomous Hill Development Council, Leh. I request Tanmay to please join us on the stage. Thank you everyone. We have to exchange now. So you will be there. Sir, I would request you to please be on the stage again for the EESL USAID MOU exchange. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to brief you that this MOU will shape the vision and strategy for decarbonization, including programs for super efficient cooling and heating, integrated energy efficiency services, utility energy management, demand flexibility, electric mobility, and expansion in South Asia. The purpose is partnership for enabling net zero transmission. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Continuing the momentum, we are proud to announce the launch of the 10 million energy efficient fan distribution program of EESL. I would request the console team to please put the curtain raiser. Thank you. We are honored to have Shri Stanson Chospal, Executive Councillor, Ladakh Autonomous Hill Development Council, Leh, between us. Sir, I would request you to deliver the keynote address for the event. Please join me in welcoming him to the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. And today, in this August gathering, present with us, Pradeep ji, Chief Secretary of Odisha, Ajay Jain ji, Special Chief Secretary, Government of Andhra Pradesh, German Member of Parliament, Telim Kubin, EASL CEO, Vishal ji, and all his colleagues. And I especially welcome at this platform and all the delegates from around the world and from around all over India. I belong to a beautiful, I'll say, union territory, newly formed union territory under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji. Our long wish and demand has been accepted by this government, which is creation of a union territory for Ladakh as a whole. So, first of all, many of you might not be familiar with where Ladakh is and what is its geography and what is its population, and especially why Ladakh is here today. What are they contributing to India, Honorable Prime Minister's vision, and what are they doing for the world? So, Ladakh is the northernmost, I'll say, state of India, which is a total area of 60,000 square kilometers, distributed into two districts, Leh and Kargil, and a total population of meager 2.74 lakhs, 2,74,000, and the total household of 55,000. So you'll see, you must be imagining, everyone from all the states, कि मैं अपने लोगों को बताना चाहूँगा कि आप सोच रहे होंगे इतना छोटा जगह, इतना बड़ा जगह है और कितने कम लोग हैं, हाँ? But I believe this energy efficiency service limited contribution will be immense in the future. So what are we doing in Ladakh that I would like to mention? We as a Ladakh government are doing various initiatives in green energy, which is Honorable Prime Minister's vision is to have Ladakh as a carbon neutral Ladakh, which was announced by Honorable Prime Minister in 2020. So there are various measures and the potentials that Ladakh has. For example, you see, in Goa, I came yesterday after our journey of around 12 hours. And from the sunny Ladakh, I see here it's very rainy, it's very cloudy. And I was talking to my colleague that it seems the solar potential of Goa is very difficult to achieve because you don't see sun very much here. So they said, yes, solar potential is not very much. But in Ladakh, compared to here, we have a solar potential of 35 gigawatts potential is there. So Honorable Prime Minister's vision is to set up 13 gigawatts solar park in Ladakh, which will be one of the biggest solar plants all over the world. So apart from this, our government is also, the renewable energy scopes are in solar, geothermal, and wind also. We have signed MOU with respect to energy efficiency and setting up of solar plants with ONGC, NTPC, and SECI also. So we have a very, I'll say, it might be one of the first EV policies of all over India where we have a dedicated EV policy, e-vehicle in transport areas. So we have set up 242 kilowatt solar port for charging, and e-vehicle policy we have formulated recently. So after coming into the power, our dispensation, because you see agriculture contributes 11% of greenhouse emissions, 11 that is around the world. So in agriculture, Ladakh is, we are envisioning by 2025, Ladakh will be fully organic. So after this, we are very much hopeful that by 2025, Ladakh will be organic, and we have named it with the name of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, we have named it Modi scheme. Modi scheme means Mission Organic Development Initiative scheme. So, because I belong to the same party and politicians, they say, speaks a lot. So, but I believe our leadership of Honorable Prime Minister being so dynamic, I was also talking to the colleagues here, the country is in the right direction under the leadership of our beloved Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji. And with respect to him and in honor and in dedication and a respectful gesture of people of Ladakh, we have named it Modi, Mission Organic Development Initiative. So, apart from this, the Panchayat Ghar, our Special Chief Secretary, Ajay Jain ji was also talking with respect to Panchayat Ghars. In our Panchayat Ghars, we have fully solarized it, and we are very much hopeful that within 1 or 2 years, the whole of Ladakh will be solarized. At last, I would like to take this opportunity to thank EASL, Vishal ji and his colleagues, Nitin ji, and all the colleagues here. I met many of them here. I am very thankful, sir. EASL has contributed immensely to Ladakh, and I would like to give you some numbers, which is they have replaced 40,000 LED bulbs in Ladakh with an estimated cost of around 5 crores. And we are also signing an MOU here where we will be sharing our knowledge and will be research partners. And apart from this, I was also talking to Vishal ji and Nitin ji also. In future, we are very hopeful that we will be installing energy efficient LED bulbs, solar street lights. Third is solar cookings and other things also. Without taking much time, I would at last like to say I wish that all of you must be attending this conference with a vision in contributing to vision of Honorable Prime Minister, which is net zero by 2070. And I welcome you and extend our gratitude that you will come to Ladakh and think about Ladakh in how you can help Ladakh. So without much ado, I would like to thank everyone and for this opportunity. At last, I will say in Ladakhi, Juleju. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, I would like to invite CEO EESL to share his views on the new programs of EESL and CESL. He will enlighten us about sustainable cooling, sustainable mobility, and clean cooking initiatives.
Ladies and gentlemen, India's per capita space cooling energy consumption stands at only 25% of the world's average today, amounting to almost 135 terawatt hour in 17-18. Out of this, 42% can be attributed to room air conditioners, while 30% is attributed to fans. It's noteworthy that only 8% of Indian households have air conditioners, with majority relying on fans and evaporative cooling. However, the demand for comfort cooling is projected to rise rapidly, around 15 to 20% annually, now that India is seeing rising income levels, and we are seeing more and more people crossing the inflection point for so-called luxury items. At ESL, we believe that cooling is just not about efficiency, but also about equity and comfort. With the collaboration of USAID, we have developed a comprehensive strategy for sustainable cooling that looks at cooling solutions across various scales, from room air conditioners to central large cooling systems, as well as integrating indoor air quality solutions. We are also exploring the role of cooling technologies like thermal storage in the dynamic and flexible electricity grid of the future. Additionally, in partnership with Shakti Foundation, we aim to transform the fan market towards efficiency through our 10 million fans program. In line with a new vision of enabling net zero, we are expanding our portfolio to include super efficient fans, which includes BLDC fans as well, smart room air conditioners, and comprehensive super efficient central cooling systems. Through collaboration with the industry and large scale procuring institutions, we are determined to scale energy efficient and grid ready smart cooling. Let us proceed with a short film that we have made on this.
India is poised at the threshold of a new revolution. A revolution in catering to the cooling needs of its masses, who are experiencing the effects of global warming even as they toil in its tropical climate. India has set a target for net zero by 2070 and has developed the India Cooling Action Plan specifically for addressing the cooling sector. Our burgeoning energy needs, fueled by rapid growth, has created an urgency for energy efficiency to emerge as the watchword of this transition to net zero. Responding to this urgent need for sustainable cooling solutions, Energy Efficiency Services Limited, EESL, has developed a comprehensive strategy for reducing the cooling energy demand across all segments. EESL's three-pronged strategy focuses on energy-efficient ceiling fans, the next generation of super-efficient and smart air conditioners, and energy-efficient chillers and central cooling systems. EESL initially introduced energy-efficient fans under the Ujala program. With the sale of over 2.4 million energy-efficient fans, EESL demonstrated the acceptance of its consumer-centric approach. EESL also catered to the rural areas, offering energy-efficient ceiling fans at affordable prices. Building on this success, EESL has launched a national-level program for distribution of 10 million energy-efficient ceiling fans. This program will provide access to energy-efficient options to the households while contributing to cost savings for the consumers and reducing carbon emissions for the planet. For individual and institutional consumers, as well as commercial establishments, EESL has introduced BEE 5-star labeled BLDC or brushless direct current fans. These technologically advanced fans offer enhanced energy efficiency and superior performance. Space cooling, including air conditioning, accounts for approximately 40% of peak electricity demand in some Indian cities and is expected to increase 8-fold by 2038 to reach over 1,100 million tons of refrigeration or TR. There is immense pressure on the power grid, leading to energy shortages and higher emissions during peak periods. India's cooling-related energy demand for room air conditioners will increase 20-fold from 94 terawatt-hour in 2016 to over 1,800 terawatt-hour in 2050. EESL introduced the super-efficient ACs in 2017 and over 150,000 super-efficient ACs have been procured. Moving forward, EESL strategy focuses on 3 categories of energy-efficient room air conditioners. Super-efficient air conditioners with 30% higher efficiency than 5-star rating to stay ahead of the curve with enhanced features like air purification, filtration, and occupancy sensors, etc. Best value, 5-star ACs for retail and for public sector procurement. Super efficient and smart air conditioners for establishing a new market for utility demand response programs. EESL plans to expand this program by transforming it into an IoT-based smart solution. By incorporating IoT technology, the AC and large central cooling systems can be optimized for energy efficiency and provide additional benefits such as demand response capabilities to adjust their operation based on the demand and requirements of the power grid, contributing to grid stability. Chillers will constitute at least 11% of the future national cooling demand and 8% of energy use in buildings by 2030. Chiller Energy Efficiency Program can avert 8 metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent or MTCO2e and 10,000 gigawatt-hour across life cycle of replaced equipment. Market intelligence will be leveraged to replace 4 million tons of inefficient chillers by 2030 with energy-efficient chillers that can save up to 30% in full load and 50% in partial load. Additionally, EESL has recognized the importance of sustainable cooling solutions in the cold chain sector, particularly in agriculture and commercial applications. Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, MNRE, extends subsidies to our farmers through diverse schemes. By implementing a demand aggregation model, EESL aims to streamline the procurement and deployment of energy-efficient cooling technologies in the cold chain sector. These innovative technologies, subsidized by the government, will help empower Indian farmers to become financially more secure and prosperous. With individual and collective action of adopting less energy-intensive lifestyles, more conscientious choice of appliances by us, India is well anchored for success of Mission Life. EESL's initiatives ensure single-window solutions by introducing energy-efficient fans, super-efficient ACs and chillers, and addressing the cooling requirements of the nation. These initiatives contribute to energy conservation and carbon emission reduction, and such a sustainable and resilient cooling ecosystem catapults India on the trajectory of achieving net zero emission by 2070.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I would request CEO EESL to now please give his insights on our electric mobility program.
I'm sorry, I don't intend to bore you with films. I was just saying that we may just result in a death by film today, but please bear for 2 more films. So electric mobility, as we all know, is gaining traction all over. And USAID, GIZ, the World Bank, multilateral and bilateral organizations, WRI, Shakti Foundation, they've all been a part of this thing. And we are today actually scaling up the cooperation with USAID and Shakti Foundation. Please allow me in just a couple of minutes to share with you some of the key highlights for e-mobility initiatives. Number 1 is the National Electric Bus Program. Our subsidiary CESL is dedicated to the deployment of 50,000 electric buses. We have already done aggregation of 12,000 buses so far. We have seen astounding results of this effort, which has shown prices that are 30% lower than diesel buses. This significant cost advantage is a game changer and accelerating the widespread adoption. We are now cooperating, USAID is now cooperating with us through a technical assistance to improve upon the bid documents so as to bring larger number of players in the bids and to make the contracts even much better so that the uptake of the electric buses, both from the side of the state transport undertakings, other institutions, as well as from the bus operators becomes higher. And then one major thing that we are looking now at is the electric mobility as a service. Electric mobility, so far ESL has germinated electric mobility by purchasing large-scale electric vehicles at a time when there were no electric vehicles in India. And thanks to the industry, the response was wonderful. Within a 6-month period, Tatas and Mahindras, they come out with new designs and we purchase the vehicles and we put them into various government departments. They were the first generation vehicles. Now as we go forward, we have, now that we have 2,000 electric vehicles in our portfolio, we are now shifting strategy as a government institution. Our role and endeavor is not only to create share value for our promoters, but also to create public value for we want that the market should develop, and that is why we are going in a different EV as a service. It will be allowing various market players to invest into vehicles, and then ESL will be the catalyzing force to channelize those, especially in large scale government departments. So, and on a similar way, we are also looking at electric vehicle charging infrastructure as a service, a similar kind of model. Let the market take up the investments now. With we standing in between, we aggregate demand. And these initiatives represent a significant leap forward in our efforts to create a greener, more sustainable transportation ecosystem. We are very happy and delighted to be starting with this new model of electric mobility and the electric buses shortly. I invite you, Death by Films. I invite you to witness a film that showcases our past journey and dreams of a even better e-mobility future. Thank you.
A new beginning has dawned in India's transport sector. With growing economy and a rising middle-class population, India is poised to be the third largest automobile market in the world by the end of 2023. The Government of India is committed to meet this growing demand through low-carbon automobiles such as electric vehicles or EVs. EVs offer a greener alternative to traditional internal combustion engine or ICE vehicles with low carbon footprint, helping reduce fossil fuel dependence and improve local air quality. The Government of India has taken multiple policy initiatives, both on the supply and the demand sides, to encourage the adoption of e-mobility in the country. On the consumer side, the FAME scheme has supported an uptake of close to 1 million EVs with an outlay of about $1.3 billion through its 2 tranches. Similarly, on the supply side, incentives worth over $500 million are to be provided through Production-Linked Incentive or PLI scheme. This has encouraged new bids, investments and innovations in the ecosystem. Along with this, policy interventions such as de-licensing of EV charging business and rationalized tariffs have enabled faster deployment of EV chargers. As the most important stakeholder group, consumers have benefited immensely through these measures.
I've been driving EV on Delhi roads for the past 2 years, and I find the EVs are a better option. Now that a lot of charging stations have come up in the city, and the charging is not a problem anymore. So more and more people are opting for the EVs, and I think it's a good option. The government is also encouraging buying of the EVs by giving incentives and by encouraging and providing charging stations everywhere.
Energy Efficiency Services Limited, EESL, a joint venture of PSUs under Ministerial Power, launched its ambitious National E-Mobility Program in 2018. Later, in 2020, Convergence Energy Services Limited, CESL, was created as a wholly owned subsidiary of EESL to focus on e-mobility initiatives. Since then, CESL has led the development of e-mobility ecosystem in India. Through demand aggregation and service-based business models, CESL has successfully created an impressive lineup of e-mobility solutions, including electric cars, charging infrastructure, and electric buses. As on today, CESL manages a portfolio of over 2,000 electric cars, about 1,000 EV chargers, and more than 12,000 electric buses deployed with hundreds of clients across the country. All of this created in a short span of less than 5 years. Let's have a look at some of its major initiatives. In 2021, CESL launched the E-Bus Grand Challenge, which is the largest initiative till date to procure electric buses on public-private partnership model. Under the Grand Challenge, CESL aggregated demand from state transport undertakings and undertook bulk procurement for e-buses on gross cost contracts. This successfully brought down the cost of electric buses, which are now cheaper than diesel and CNG buses. In addition, there is no upfront costs to state transport undertakings. CESL has already deployed over 12,000 e-buses under this initiative and aims to build further on this through the National Electric Bus Program to target a deployment of over 50,000 electric buses. Moving on to the four-wheeler segment, EV as a service is the latest initiative of CESL to drive the next phase of EV growth through large-scale adoption of EVs in the four-wheeler segment. Under this initiative, CESL will aggregate demand of over 5,000 electric cars across government departments and agencies in the country. Subsequently, CESL will provide these electric cars along with end-to-end managed fleet services to its clients through a service provider selected on competitive basis. Moreover, the services will be seamlessly managed through a digital platform shared among the client, CESL, and the service provider. EV as a service is expected to bring a host of benefits to the clients of CESL.
ESL has given us a tremendous after-sales service. Even when the vehicle's stuck anywhere on the road, they give us very quick service. We are really worried how it will work, but now we are worried free. Definitely, it's a great job for me.
CESL's offerings are not limited to vehicles. CESL has built the public charging infrastructure of the country from the ground up. Today, it operates a network of more than 1,000 EV charging networks spread across 12 major cities of India. Further, the operations are enabled by a digital backbone that provides critical information through an easy-to-use app. Another area that CESL is currently exploring is electric bicycles or e-bicycles, which addresses last-mile connectivity and beyond. CESL aims to mainstream e-bicycles towards the benefit of various target groups such as women self-help groups, ASHA workers, Anganwadi women, students, and more. CESL's mobility initiatives aim to bring light to India's plugged-in automotive future and establish a cleaner, greener, and more energy-efficient transport sector. CESL is driving a new mobility agenda, urging collective action towards a better tomorrow.
Indeed, a great representation of the hard work that ESL and its subsidiary CESL is putting in. Now I would request CEO ESL to please come on the stage for the MOU exchange with Shakti Sustainable Energy Foundation. I would also like to request Shri Koel Mandal, Chief of Programs, Shakti Sustainable Energy Foundation, and Shri Narayan to please join Mr. Koel. I would like to brief that Shakti and ESL intend to collaborate to increase the adoption of energy-efficient technologies in the area of clean cooking, electric mobility, decarbonization of buildings and industry, and climate finance. Thank you, sir. I would request CEO to please be with me at the stage. Like he said that he is like the death by films. So one more to go, and I would request sir to please share his insights about our new clean cooking program.
Thank you. Last one, please. I'm honored to present ESL's Clean Cooking Initiative being developed in collaboration with International Corporate Association and FCDO. A continuation of our successful disruption of the lighting market through efficient strategies in procurement, distribution, and pricing. This initiative is driven by our unwavering commitment to tackle the critical issue of indoor household pollution and its adverse impact on climate stemming from prevalent use of polluting cooking fuels like cow dung, wood, and agricultural waste. To foster The widespread adoption of cooking solutions, we have meticulously devised 3 distinct models. For urban areas, we plan to introduce highly efficient and environmentally friendly induction cook stoves. In Tier 2 cities and semi-urban regions, the focus will be on deploying grid-connected solar-based induction cook stoves, harnessing the potential of renewable solar energy. In rural areas, we aim to introduce solar-based induction cook stoves with battery storage, ensuring clean cooking options, even in regions with limited or unpredictable electricity access. And central to this approach is the innovative and our demand aggregation model, complemented by standardized product specifications adhering to principles of scalability, repeatability, and replicability. We have successfully demonstrated this in the past, and we are confident that this endeavor will be a successful endeavor as well. Our ambition is to proudly and profoundly enhance public health, mitigate indoor air pollution, combat climate change, and elevate the overall well-being of communities across diverse regions. Please allow us to screen one last film. Thank you.
Empowering a nation such as India with its teeming masses calls for development in every aspect of our lives. And energy sustains daily life. With over 1/5 of our population vulnerable to poverty, it is imperative to innovate and introduce energy-efficient technologies and adapt to them to alter the quality of our lives. One such innovation was the humble LED light, launched in 2015 to save energy. Such a clarion call of our Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi, for ushering in clean energy transition has inspired public entities like Energy Efficiency Services Limited to create innovative technological interventions via its consumer-centric initiatives that generate savings both in terms of energy and finances. Their diverse product portfolio in affordable lighting include domestic LED lighting, street LED lighting, and solar study lamps for our hinterland. In an Indian family, food consumption and its preparation is often an activity that enriches our lives. Induction cooking gains relevance as it places us firmly on the trajectory of achieving 12 of our Sustainable Development Goals. EESL is introducing electric induction cook stoves and solar-based induction cook stoves at affordable prices. They are safer and better, generate energy and monetary saving, and are a time-efficient substitute to biomass and gas-based cooking. The Government of India is fast-tracking its efforts to explore pathways to accelerate the deployment of energy-efficient, clean and affordable e-cooking solutions. Under the leadership of the Ministry of Power and the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, initiatives are being taken up for promoting and adopting clean cooking solutions such as grid-connected cook stoves and solar-powered induction cook stoves.
Electric cooking, where the electricity comes from green energy, offers several benefits and positive impact. It significantly reduces greenhouse emissions compared to the traditional cooking methods reliant on fossil fuels. It also improves our indoor air quality by eliminating open flame and reducing harmful pollutants. And it also reduces the drudgery associated with cooking, thereby impacting a large number of SDG goals. I commend all the participants for their dedication to building a cleaner and sustainable future. Together with ESL's contribution, we can shape a brighter tomorrow for the generations to come.
BPL households dependent on biomass fuels will be provided 1 kilowatt peak solar module. This solution would sufficiently meet the cooking needs of a 4 to 5 member family household. Considering annual consumption of 8 cylinders per household by switching from LPG PNG to clean cooking, the estimated annual forex savings on LPG import is 6.5 billion Indian rupees, and annual saving from availed subsidy is 1.6 billion Indian rupees, corresponding to the goal of installing 100,000 units. Additionally, when a family shifts from biomass or solid fuel cooking to solar-based induction cooking, they can prevent the emission of 6 tons of carbon dioxide in a year, which is equivalent to saving 186 trees. The e-cooking transition must put consumers at the heart of the strategy. The next crucial step is to encourage the widespread adoption of efficient and affordable products. EESL aims to empower each Indian household, contributing to this sustainable developmental trajectory by transforming itself into a pro-planet smart household.
Thank you. As we move forward, we have a series of MOU exchanges between EESL, our subsidiary company CESL, and various partner organizations. We will be calling on representatives from each organization to the stage for the exchange. First of all, I would like to request Shri Vishal Kapoor, CEO EESL. Sir, I would like to have you on the stage for the next 15 minutes. And I would request Shri Koel Mandal, Chief of Programs, Shakti Sustainable Energy Foundation, to please come on the dais for the MOU with Convergence Energy Services Limited. I would like to inform that this MOU will be facilitating electric mobility initiatives which lie at the confluence of the transport sector, air quality, employment, and climate change. Shakti's electric mobility initiative is a platform to support national and state level efforts towards accelerating electric mobility. Thank you. Now I would request Shri Bishal Thapa, India Director, Collaborative Labeling and Appliance Standard Program, CLASP, to please come on the dais for the MOU. CLASP and EESL intend to collaborate in the area of quality assurance and quality control of ceiling fan market transformation program. Through this, we will integrate and operationalize quality considerations within all aspects of the program implementation. Thank you. I would request Shri Abhishek Gupta from EESL to please come on the stage. I would also request Dr. Nick Rossio, International Liaison Manager, Modern Energy Cooking Services, to please come on the stage for the MOU. Loughborough University, in partnership with EESL, will help facilitate and supporting transition in creation of a framework for promotion of clean cooking technologies for the residential consumer and capacity building of solution providers. Now I would, Abhishek sir, I would like you to be at the stage. Now I would request Ms. Neha Sachar, India Cooling Head, Clean Cooling Collaborative CCL, to please come on the dais, ma'am, for the MOU. Clean Cooling Collaborative and EESL intend to collaborate to support and accelerate the transition of the cooling sector towards making energy efficient, climate friendly cooling accessible for all. We will identify and implement solutions to transform the market for high efficiency ceiling fans, development of an integrated energy efficiency marketplace, and digital management IT tools. Thank you, ma'am. I would now request Dr. Satish Kumar, President and Executive Director of Alliance for an Energy Efficient Economy, AEEE. Sir, please come on the stage for the MOU exchange. AEEE with ESL intend to collaborate to increase the adoption of cleaner and energy-efficient technologies and solutions in the areas of space cooling, refrigeration, electric mobility, buildings and industries, climate finance, demand-side management, and energy access. In the category of institutional partnerships in the interest of energy efficiency, which we are witnessing right now, I would now like to request Professor Satyanarayan Sheshadri from Indian Institute of Technology, Madras, to please come on the stage, sir, for the MOU. IIT Madras and ESL will partner on industrial energy efficiency to collaborate with industrial energy assessment cells developed at 7 IITs, Madras, Bombay, Gandhinagar, Hyderabad, Ropar, Indore and Guwahati under mentorship of IITM and CSR initiative of Kotak Mahindra Bank. Thank you, sir. Now we will proceed with the operational MOUs with state governments. I would request Shri Stanzen Chospal, Executive Councillor, Ladakh, Autonomous Hill Development Council, Leh, sir, please come on the dais for the MOU. This MOU envisages PM's commitment to achieve a carbon neutral Ladakh. The purpose of the MOU is to identify and facilitate energy efficient appliances to the government departments, institutes, households and support for sustainable and environment-friendly transportation system. I would also like to take an opportunity to inform this august audience that ESL has put up a stall at the Technology Showcase where we are showcasing India's first solar-powered electric vehicle carport, which we have installed in Leh. Please take a look before you leave Goa. Thank you. Proceeding further, I would request Shri Ajay Jain, Special Chief Secretary, Government of Andhra Pradesh, so please be on the stage for the agreement exchange for Andhra Pradesh State Housing Corporation Limited and ESL. We aim to provide best quality energy efficient appliances to the 15.6 lakh beneficiaries of Navratnalu Pedanariki Ilu by distribution of 4 LED bulbs, 2 LED tube lights and 2 energy efficient fans to each beneficiary. Our vision is to conserve energy and protect the environment. APHCL will be able to achieve estimated savings of around 734 units of energy per house per annum, which will be worth 352 crores. Thank you, sir. I would request the senior representative from CSE E-Governance Services India Limited to please come on the stage. CSE Grameen E-Store Private Limited and ESL will work together to work on the rural e-commerce and generate more than 2 million jobs by distribution of world-class quality products and services. To transfer the benefits of energy-efficient appliances, CSE Grameen E-Store and ESL will utilize an enormous network of CESE Grameen E-Store. Thank you, sir. I would request Dr. R. Harikumar, Director, Energy Management Center, EMC Kerala, to please come on the dais for the MOU with ESL. We also welcome other senior officials from Government of Kerala on the stage. EMC and ESL are partnering to increase the adoption of energy-efficient technologies in the area of sustainable cooling, electric mobility, tri-generation, e-cooking solutions, efficient lighting, and other potential energy-efficient solutions. As an immediate step, parties will be working together in the areas of e-bicycle and e-cooking solutions. Sir, I would like you to be at the stage for another MOU on behalf of ENERT. So now we will witness the MOU with ENERT, Agency for New and Renewable Energy Research and Technology, Government of Kerala, and Convergence Energy Services Limited. This MOU will address the environmental challenges by replacing the conventional ICE-based vehicles with electric vehicles. Thank you, sir. I would request Shri Ripple Makwana from Babs Swaminarayan Sansthan to please come on the stage for the MOU with ESL. This MOU includes initiatives for health and wellness institutes to embrace energy efficient technologies in collaboration with ESL, and we aim to make a valuable contribution towards India's climate change goals. We will be implementing energy efficient measures in all temples, hospitals, accommodations and other premises which are run by the Babs Swaminarayan Sanstha. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Abhishek, sir. Thank you, CEO, sir. We are also delighted to share that ESL has partnered with Tirupati Tirumala Devasthanam Trust for deployment of 60 numbers of e-cars and 6 numbers of electric buses. They couldn't join us today due to some unavoidable circumstances. However, we extend our congratulations for supporting this green initiative towards sustainable mobility. Now I would request all our esteemed dignitaries to please come on the stage for a group photograph. I would request Shri Pradeep Kumar Jaina ji, Shri Ajay Jain sir, Shri Stanzin Chospel sir, CEO ESL, Dr. R. Hari Kumar, Shri Ripple Makwana ji, Dr. Satish Kumar, Dr. Nick Rosio, Shri Vishal Thapa ji, Ms. Neha Kochar, Professor Satyanarayan Shishadri, Apurva ma'am, please do the honors at the stage, and Bhaskar sir. Can we please form a little semicircle? May I request, sir, please can we be into a semicircle? Yeah. So all our esteemed dignitaries can be accommodated on the stage. This is the power of energy efficiency that we are witnessing, the LED revolution that has transformed the face of the country. Thank you. I would request all dignitaries to please be seated as we are coming to the closure of the event shortly. May I request the esteemed dignitaries to please be seated. as we are coming to the closure of the event. Thank you, everyone. I would request Shri Venkatesh Trivedi, Group Executive Director EESL, to please come on the stage and deliver the vote of thanks and close the session. Welcome, sir.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. With that, we reach the conclusion of this session. Thank you all for joining us today. I would like to thank our guest, Sri Stanzen Chosfel, Executive Councillor, Ladakh Autonomous Hill Development Council, Leh. Sri Pradeep Kumar Jaina ji, Chief Secretary, Government of Odisha. Sri Ajay Jain ji, Special Chief Secretary, Government of AP. Madam Apurva Chaturvedi, Senior Clean Energy Specialist, USAID India. I would also like to thank Mr. Tillman Kuban for joining us today and spending time with us in this program. Also, special thanks to Sri Bishal Thapa ji, Dr. Nick Russo, Dr. Satish Kumar, Bhaskar ji, Srimati Sneha Sachar, Professor Satnarayan Seshadri, and all our other distinguished guests. It has been an honor and a privilege to have you share your views and participate in this program. I also express my sincere thanks to the Clean Energy Ministerial for organizing this event and giving us all a platform to come together for exchanging ideas and views on how we can shape the energy future of our country. We have clear goals to look forward to and many possibilities of how we can get there. One thing is for sure, we have a long journey ahead of us, and the only way forward is together. To everyone who's present here, I promise this, ESL will always be willing to consider long-term partnerships for large-scale projects that have energy efficiency at their core. We have gained a great deal of experience through the projects we have implemented so far, and we have met success in most of them. We look forward to helping you succeed as well. Thank you again and have a great day.
Thank you, sir. Now I thank each and everyone in the hall for being with us today. Your presence and support make the difference as we work toward a more sustainable and energy efficient future. Once again, a warm thanks from ESL and CSL family. We look forward to have you on more of the occasions hosting by ESL and CSL, and have a pleasant evening. Thanks. I would request all the manufacturers who are present in the hall to please come for the group photograph with CEO ESL and all partners. Okay. We'll have a break for 5 minutes and then we'll again convene for the group photographs.
of the International Hydrogen Trade Forum, which is co-chaired by the government of Netherlands and the United Arab Emirates, and coordinated by UNIDO. So what is the International Hydrogen Trade Forum, you may ask? To provide some insight, I am delighted to introduce Mr. Dan Dona, the head of the Strategic Initiatives Office of the International Energy Agency. Dan.
Brilliant. Thank you, Smita. Hello, everyone. I can tell you in one word what the International Hydrogen Trade Forum is. It's important. Very important, if you want two words. So I'm really glad to see it being launched, and credit to the government of the Netherlands and the UAE and all of those who are going to participate in the forum going forward. But let me just say a few words from the perspective of the International Energy Agency. So the IEA is extremely proud to, as one of the things that it does, to house the Clean Energy Ministerial, which has put on this fantastic CEM-14 event together with the government of India. And we're also extremely proud to take on the role as coordinator of the Clean Energy Ministerial's Hydrogen Initiative, which I can say as the former head of the Clean Energy Ministerial, it's one of its biggest and most successful initiatives, and actually one of the biggest hydrogen initiatives in the world. So it's really proven to be hugely successful over many, many years. And as part of that, it's really good to see now this new platform come into focus on the absolutely critical issue of international hydrogen trade. And I'm also really happy and pleased to see, as we launch this new platform, that our colleagues at UNIDO are coming in to take an important role as secretariat for the forum, and I wish them very, very well. I'm sure they're going to do a fantastic job. And as I think everyone in this room probably already knows and has probably heard over the last few days, because there's probably been no topic talked about quite as much as hydrogen, any really serious, credible decarbonisation plan will also require a plan for where and how to grow the use of low-carbon hydrogen going forward. It's really that simple. It could be in industry, it could be in shipping, it could be in aviation, but there are just too many spaces and places where hydrogen may well need to play a role that we just can't ignore it. So, but then taking that one step forward, the geographical distribution of demand for that hydrogen is not going to be perfectly aligned with the sources of supply, and we therefore need to balance that equation through international trade. And it is widely recognized that this is a critical factor that has to be resolved if we're going to make sure that we grow this global hydrogen economy that we know that we need. So we know that the trade in hydrogen is essential and hydrogen-based fuels is essential, and that it could and should and will really become an important factor in energy transitions. Importing hydrogen could also address energy security concerns through diversification of fuels and supply sources, while at the same time providing really valuable export opportunities and therefore economic growth opportunities for many countries around the world. Now, in the last couple of years, we've seen numerous analytical studies, technical discussions about the challenges and opportunities that trade in low emissions hydrogen can face. And the IEA's Global Hydrogen Review last year included a special focus on exactly this topic. And it provided recommendations for areas where we think international cooperation really needs to happen to ensure that the trade in hydrogen then subsequently happens. And in that report, we highlighted the following. We said that in order to make it a reality in the way that we need it to be, we need to take further action on standards, regulations, and certifications. And actually, in another report earlier this year, sponsored by Japan as part of its G7 presidency, we did a lot of work around the definitions of low-carbon hydrogen to try and help with those standards and certifications. The second is on trade infrastructure. We need to obviously make sure that we've got the infrastructure in place to enable this trade. The third is on demand creation and offtake. The fourth is on in-country value for exporters. And the fifth is on clarifying WTO trade rules. So we need action across all of those areas, and enhancing international cooperation around these topics requires the creation of a platform to elevate the technical discussions up to the high-level political dialogues where governments can agree on how to move forward on all of these issues and overcome the barriers that we see today. So we think the International Hydrogen Trade Platform forum that you are launching today facilitates exactly this kind of work that we need to see, with the objective of bringing together potential future importers and exporters of hydrogen, and to the benefit essentially of everyone in achieving net zero. With those brief introductory words, I will pass back to Smita. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dan, for this introduction. Now, how important is the global low-emission hydrogen trade? And how does the International Hydrogen Trade Forum fit into the global priorities for low-emission hydrogen? To elaborate on this, I'm pleased to welcome Ms. Daria Nochevnik, who is the Director for Policy and Partnership at the Hydrogen Council and also Special Advisor for Hydrogen in the COP28 team. Thank you. Daria.
Thank you so much, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It is my honor to share with you some insights into the key priorities on hydrogen on the COP28 Presidential Action Agenda and the non-negotiated outcome side, and also to share with you some of our vision and ambition of how we could create synergies between the International Hydrogen Trade Forum and some of these flagship outcomes in order to help moving from vision to real implementation on the ground. Now, of course, hydrogen is seen as a key priority by the COP28 presidency, hence the ambition to double the demand for hydrogen as well as to boost clean hydrogen production globally. And there are three key priorities and three key priority outcomes on which we seek to focus at COP28. And they are very much inspired by some of the key recommendations that were laid out by IEA in the Global Hydrogen Review. So priority number one is standards and certification. So in particular, fostering the development of global standard methodologies to assess the carbon footprint and greenhouse gas emissions of the different hydrogen production, conditioning, and transportation pathways. And linking up to that, it's an initiative to enable and support mutual recognition of certification schemes for hydrogen and derivatives, very much recognizing that governments across geographies are already proceeding with establishing and designing their own national certification schemes for hydrogen. But how do we allow these certification schemes to talk to each other to enable that cross-border trade while ensuring that these schemes are robust, tradable, transparent, and trustworthy? The second key priority, and this in particular is the priority on which we are keen to create synergies with the International Hydrogen Trade Forum, and I will talk about those in a moment, but the second priority is around unlocking cross-border trade corridors. So how do we ensure that we can match supply and demand at a global scale in the most cost-effective way, while at the same time unlocking the socioeconomic benefits and the local value creation for the communities in the prospective exporting regions, in particular in emerging market economies and economies in transition. And last but certainly not least, and this is really a cross-cutting priority for the COP28 presidency, just transition. So how do we make sure that just transition truly is at the core of what we do on international trade? And how do we make sure that we allow the developing countries to fully participate in the development of the global hydrogen economy, global hydrogen ecosystems, and to ultimately boost sustainable economic growth and green industrialization? Now, to elaborate a little bit on the second priority, on the development of cross-border trade corridors and the synergies that we seek to establish with the International Hydrogen Trade Forum. So firstly, we're pleased to be hosting the first ministerial meeting of the International Hydrogen Trade Forum at COP28. We very much look forward to convening this prime mover group of countries, the key prospective importing and exporting countries for hydrogen and derivatives, to discuss some of the key strategic priorities that they may have and how these could be advanced in the framework of the forum. Secondly, and this is very complementary to this intergovernmental discussion, is a ministerial and CEO roundtable to establish a private-public action pact with a very clear merit order of actions that need to be taken on the government side and on the industry side synchronously. So how do we synchronize action by governments and private sector, and can we identify really the merit order? So we will not be able to solve everything right now, but can we agree on key actions for the next 2 to 3 years to which we can commit? Of course, in order to pave the way for the development of these trade corridors by 2030, 2040, and all the way to mid-century. And we, as COP28 presidency, have been engaging with the industrial leaders in partnership with the Hydrogen Council and have been seeking their input on the state of play of the global hydrogen industry, as well as the outlook for the development of these prospective trade corridors in hydrogen and derivatives. And just to take a step back and for a moment, look at where we are today. So we have a funnel of mature hydrogen projects, about over 1,000 right now. Out of this 1,000 project proposals, or project announcements if you wish, about 10% have reached final investment decision. Now, the total amount of FID that was taken last year, or in 2021, was 22 billion. Now, in 2022, that amount reached 29 billion. So we moved from 20 billion to 30 billion. We jumped 10 billion in 1 year. It used to take the industry 10 years to get to 1 billion. So while the growth and the commitment to final investments may seem slow, of course, below the pace and the scope that we would wish it to be, it is indeed a change, a step change compared to where we are coming from, and if we take the historical perspective on the development of the sector. Now, still, the challenge is pretty big, and we know that out of the total amount of projects announced, approximately 2/3 account for production projects. So we really need to continue and increase our efforts in focusing on the midstream piece and the demand. Of course, again, security of offtake and ensuring that there is greater cooperation between governments, but also in industry, in order to alleviate the current constraints and boost demand is absolutely critical. But if we are to proceed with the projects that have been put on the table today, we could unlock some 320 billion in final investment decisions. But to be on track with net zero, we have to double that. So the level of ambition is definitely high, and there is a lot that still needs to be done by the public sector and the private sector together. Now, looking at how hydrogen, the trade flows in hydrogen and derivatives could evolve going forward, you see on this snapshot, on the left-hand side, the prospective main suppliers, and on the right-hand side, the prospective off-takers. There is a breakdown by region and by carrier. So you see that going forward by 2040, we could expect some the developments in mature pipeline infrastructure for hydrogen, in particular in North America, Europe, and China, where there is already an existing network of gas pipelines that is expected to be repurposed and retrofitted. The second key carrier for hydrogen is expected to be ammonia. And this is, of course, featured next in terms of the total volume of the trade flows that is expected to be taking place by 2040, followed by synthetic fuels, as well as liquid hydrogen and HBI steel. So there is an opportunity to actually have 97 million tons per annum, which is almost equivalent to the amount of gray hydrogen that we have in the industry today, traded across geographies in order to, again, match supply and demand in the most cost-effective manner globally. So as COP28 presidency, again, as we are engaging with the private sector, we have been listening to some of the reflections from the global industrial leaders and CEOs on what could it take in order to proceed at a faster pace with the investments and with the development of those cross-border trade corridors in hydrogen and in derivatives. And we have convened some discussions and meetings. One of those meetings has taken place in Japan with nearly 200 executives at CEO and support and executive level. And there are some emerging key aspects to consider in this, in this overall global picture. The first one, of course, and this is something that we have discussed, local value creation. How do we maximize the value of this emerging new hydrogen economy for the local communities in the exporting regions? How do we create synergies with other industrial clusters and sectors where hydrogen can play a role in supporting sustainable economic growth and boosting decarbonization? The second one is around infrastructure market pathways. What do we have now and what should we have in place in 5 to 10 years? A lot of the infrastructure pieces, especially at midstream level, are not yet mature. I mean, we have established infrastructure for ammonia, but for liquid hydrogen, there is a lot that still needs to be done, both in terms of the import and the export terminals, but also, for example, in the sectors like shipping. And this is where we'll be seeking to establish closer cooperation with the CEM-14 initiative in order to see what is needed, for example, when it comes to the technical standards in order to ensure interoperability between the sites and the vessels in order to move forward. This is features as some of the boring topics. So there are a lot of these sort of technical boring topics related to the technical standards that need to be solved, and we need to work together, again, with the industry, with the decision makers, with the, also the global standard development organizations in order to lay out what are the gaps. Can we do a final gap analysis and identify the priority gaps that need to be closed in the next years in order to get us to where we want to be by 2030 and all the way to 2050? A key takeaway from these discussions with the industrial leaders is that, again, we need a merit order of actions. We won't be able to do everything all at once on all the potential carriers. We need to understand how, based on what we see and what, on our outlook on the development of the market, can we identify priority actions that need to be taken for priority trade corridors and for the key carriers along the value chain by governments and industry together. And definitely there is plenty of lessons learned from mature commodities like LNG and biofuels, and we can draw on these learnings as we lay out this roadmap and merit order of action for, to help unlocking the trade flows in hydrogen and derivatives. And finally, we also need to consider that they may be different types of for example, technical infrastructure availability, challenges or aspects, and for example, when it comes to readiness for scale-up in particular, as well as, again, sets of technical standards that will be required for different types of carriers. And it would be particularly important to do this sort of mapping and, again, focus on what can we do not just by 2040, 2050, but in the next 2 to 3 years in order to get us to where we want to be by mid-century. So with that, I would just mention that we truly see that the Hydrogen Trade Forum can play an important role, and we can create positive synergies and use the convening power of COP28 in order to help implementing the key strategic priorities of the forum, but also use the forum subsequently in the years to come as a platform for stocktake to see how are we doing on implementing this merit order of actions. Do we need to reprioritize? And what are the missing pieces of the puzzle that still need to come together in order to help us build a truly global hydrogen and derivatives market? Thank you.
Thank you, Daria. This is indeed a lot of things to look forward to. Ladies and gentlemen, we have put together for you today a distinguished panel to discuss government's view on international hydrogen trade. The panel will be moderated by Ms. Petra Schwager, Chief of the Climate Technology Partnership Division of UNIDO. She's also the lead of the Global Hydrogen for Industry within UNIDO, the global program. Petra. And for the panel, I have the pleasure to welcome on stage His Excellency Stefan Wenzel, Honorable State Secretary, Ministry of Economic Affairs and Climate Action, Government of Germany. Mariana Especie, Director of the Energy Transition Department, Ministry of Mines and Energy, Brazil. Paula Pinto, Director of Just Transition, Consumers, Energy Security, Efficiency and Innovation, DG Energy, European Commission. Carlos Toro Oriz, Head of Energy Planning and Innovation, Ministry of Energy of Chile. Welcome. Over to you, Petra.
Thank you so much. Hello? Can you check that the mic is working? Thank you very much. Thank you for making it. I know it has been a very exciting day today. G20 was a bit delayed, but I'm really grateful for all the panelists that you could make it today. And wonderful to also see a mixed panel, no? We are looking into inclusivity, men, women, so very pleased to have this on stage. As Smita said, we at UNIDO have already initiated our program some 2 years ago, and we are very pleased that we have been entrusted with the coordination. Many thanks also to the IEA for the excellent cooperation. Thanks to the Netherlands and UAE for entrusting us with this. So we are doing the launch, but we should immediately dive into action. So Daria, you have already given us quite a list of priorities. So I'm going to now ask my distinguished panelists so what they are expecting from the panel, where we should go forward, and we will take this into consideration on our way to COP28 and beyond. So State Secretary Wenzel, Germany is really very active in hydrogen, and you're also supporting our program. And there's a specific feature, this is H2 Global. How can the Trade Forum benefit of this, or what recommendations could you give for the forum to take also up this initiative or others that Germany is really bringing forward?
Thank you very much for organizing this panel and for inviting me. And it's a very interesting to discuss the challenges for using of hydrogen in such an international forum. And for us, our first tool is what the IEA calls the first tool called efficiency. Second is electrifying, everything what could be electrified. And then we have all the sectors we can't electrify, plants, aviation and maritime. And there we want to use hydrogen to decarbonize these industrial sectors. And one point we are working on since a couple of time is the H2 Global program, and it's a double auction to bring demand and supply together. So on one hand, we're looking for suppliers who will be part of the first auction and can supply hydrogen or hydrogen derivatives to Germany. Because we think that maybe we will produce 1/3 of the hydrogen we need in the future. We can produce in their own land, but 2/3 in the moment we think we have to import. So H2 Global could be used from countries from Chile, from Brazil, from India, and they can be part of this auction. The first auction is on the way in the moment, and in September, October, we will have the first market price for hydrogen and for derivatives, and that would be very interesting. And then the next step, because it's a double auction, the next step is that we're looking for the off-takers, the companies who would like to use this derivatives or the liquid hydrogen in their production, or to produce their products. And then we have maybe a gap between the price we pay to the suppliers and the price the off-takers paying. And this gap is financed by the H2 Global support which the German government delivers. And we have also a budget for the next years to go in further auctions. And we are in discussion with the European Commission about using the H2 Global system also for the European Hydrogen Bank.
Thank you very much, and I assume that there will be lots of room also to apply similar instruments through the Hydrogen Trade Forum and this, to develop it at the global level. So thank you very much for this. May I now, this trade is about producers and importers. And so I'm very happy that you had found the time to join us here from Brazil. And Mariana Espesi is the Director of Energy Transition. And we had a nice chat before. So you have everything to produce hydrogen, green, clean hydrogen. I know you're going for clean hydrogen, low emission hydrogen. So one part will be the export, but are you also considering how you can build up your local value chain? What are your points there? And how can the Hydrogen Trade Forum also assist you in there? What are your expectations there?
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. It's our pleasure to be here. I'm talking on behalf of the Brazilian government. And also we are really glad to join the Hydrogen Forum. It's Trade Forum. It's really, really important to have these taking place in the world to bring consensus on this topic. Actually, Brazil is quite ambitious by exploring all the possible ways that we have in terms of deploying our hydrogen market, but also by using it for domestic level. We have a new policy for industry in Brazil that aims at developing and delivering products that has reduced or low carbon associated, embedded in our products. So we do believe that this can be a very important issue that we can pursue due to the abundance of resources that we have there. Brazil now has about $30 billion of announced projects of hydrogen so far. A month ago it was 20, and it simply changed for 30 billion. We are really glad to announce that we have received a concessional resource from Climate Investment Fund a month ago that can leverage the investments in our country to develop a hydrogen hub at Pecém Port, which is located in northeast Brazil. And just talking about Pecém Port, we are able of delivering about 25% of the needs of Rotterdam Port. For example, we are talking about 6 gigawatts of electrolyzing and producing hydrogen, green hydrogen in this case. But we do see opportunities and room for going even further. We have ethanol as a possible way for producing hydrogen. We are also trying to explore the technological route from natural gas associated with carbon capture as a way to reduce the initial costs and also to facilitate the development of our domestic needs, especially because Brazil is a development country. So we should be looking in many different, and how we can use the existing infrastructure to reduce the costs. This is quite important, in our opinion, for many countries that have similar conditions as we do. So, and we are now very ambitious by having many actions being developed under the umbrella of the National Hydrogen Program, where we have set many outcomes, and one of them is to get better details on which are our domestic demand for hydrogen. We do know that industry demands quite a lot. We do have space for reducing the amount of carbon associated with our products we produce in Brazil. But we can do better efforts on energy efficiency, for example, for own electrification. We do see room for that, but hydrogen is still an important piece of this puzzle. So we are in close cooperation with our National Development Bank to get contact with our domestic off-takers to see how they are really interested on having these new sort of products coming up. And we do understand that the transport sector is going to have many of the, can also leverage the domestic demand for that. So, but we still don't have the final results of it, but we expect to have them all by the beginning of the next year, so that we can drive better actions and more to be more ambitious about the next steps that we can pursue in these topics. So we can agree more that all the standardizations on trading are going to be really useful for all the discussions, and we are glad to cooperate and to bring our perspectives to these discussions. So it's a pleasure to be here.
Thank you very much. I think the micro works now. Yeah, thank you so much. No? Okay, we have to change. You see, we have a very good cooperation up here. So thank you so much for putting. Can I just make a follow-up question? So, if you want to put up your value chain or you want to start it, do you see also that this hydrogen forum would help you there? I mean, to get some new technologies, new technology corporations?
Absolutely. We do believe that Brazil also has some technological deployment on hydrogen in place so far. We have from many different roads. So we do believe that we can enhance these, and by pursuing different roads, we can amplify to bring. I'm missing the word even in Portuguese. I'm so sorry. I'm a little bit tired. But what I'm trying to say is that Brazil is seeking to have cooperation with international in bilateral cooperation. So Germany is an important partner for Brazil, for example. We do have a lot of cooperation. We have a lot of deliverables, and we know that they are supporting us very intensively on developing all the supply chain regarding the green hydrogen. But we do have many other homemade solutions that we are also trying to develop. So for these topics, we do believe that Brazil needs to invest more in research, development, and innovation to foster better results in the short period of time. And we aim at associating that with the national policies that are being in place under this new federal administration, that we can enhance the results that we can get with all these efforts.
Thank you so much. Yeah, innovation is key. That is absolutely key. And also driving local innovation to bring the costs down. I just would like to underline that, of course, hydrogen also includes the derivatives of hydrogen. We're not just talking about hydrogen itself. May I now come to the next panelist, which is Paola Pino. So Paola is the director of Just Transition for Consumer, Energy, Security, Efficiency and Innovation. And I think you have been very busy the last year bringing all of this together. So Europe will have to import quite a bit on low carbon and low emission hydrogen. How important do you see the aspect of trade there? I just leave it at that, and then I come in later.
Thank you very much, and a pleasure to be here. And indeed, as you say, hydrogen is really playing an increasing role in the decarbonization of the energy system in the European Union, as we look into how to achieve climate neutrality by 2050, right? So clearly, hydrogen will play a very important role there. And it's been actually even accelerated. We already had a strategy from 2020. And last year, with all the developments that we've seen in Europe, we came out with even more ambitious objectives. So by 2030, the idea is to have a domestic production of 10 million tons of hydrogen, of green hydrogen in the EU, and to import 10 million tons of hydrogen from across the globe. So very ambitious targets. For that, obvious, goes without saying, trade is absolutely key. And it's really about establishing where is the supply, where is the demand, make sure that we have the trade corridors, that we establish the supply chains. And this is where we are really very active now, and some member states are very active, as State Secretary Vance just mentioned. This project is part of the endeavors that we are taking, along with member states, to really make sure that we bring the supply and the demand together, and that we achieve a real trade. And the interesting thing about this is that you could think originally of hydrogen as a decarbonization tool. We see it's also an energy security tool, and is, as Dan had also said, it's also a powerful commercial tool and for trade. So really a lot of opportunities associated to it, and that is why we're also putting the enablers on the table, such as financing. And from the EU funds, a lot has been going into research and innovation for hydrogen, and that's why here in this setting, the Clean Energy Ministerial, the Mission Innovation, we are also portraying much of the results of this collaboration on developing the technology, but also already very concretely in terms of deployment. I'm thinking of a project which is being co-financed by the Innovation Fund in the Netherlands, for instance, where it is about establishing a 400 megawatt electrolyzer in the port of Rotterdam to produce green hydrogen. So really bringing together the legal tools, the financing, and the matchmaking between suppliers and consumers, and this, of course, through the necessary trade.
Thank you very much. If you allow me just a second remark, with the H2 Europe, we know that there is now a skills mapping ongoing in Europe, and we are working already together for also exploring this in the global south. So skills will be a major issue in the trade also. Do you see also a role there for the trade forum?
I think that is, the issue of skills is one that needs to be tackled across the energy world. The decarbonization challenges are such that we are not at the same pace developing and ensuring that we have the necessary skills in place. Whether we're talking about hydrogen, whether we're talking about heat pumps and installing them, whether we're talking about offshore renewable energy, skills is something on which we need to all be working together, because the needs will be the same across the globe. So we really have an interest in working together between governments, between industry, and even universities, academia, and really pull the resources together, which we need not tomorrow, we need them today, as we speak.
Thank you so much. I am turning now to Carlos Toro Ortiz. He's the head of energy planning and innovation of the Ministry of Chile. I mean, Chile is the country that was at the forefront of hydrogen, especially green hydrogen, already 2 years ago. You were having, I think, you were one of the first countries that had a strategy on this, no? And we had excellent conversation with your government there. So where do you see, where do we stand in Chile? Where do we stand in Latin America? And then I would like to add on, where do you see, how will Chile bridge the gap between export and local application?
I think it's pretty simple for us. This is evolving, and we are evolving together in this. No? Maybe 2 years ago, we were only thinking in exporting this. That was the main focus, because we have a lot of renewables, a lot of resources. So the answer was pretty simple. Just last year, we launched and published our carbon neutrality law. So definitely, there is no export that we have to define and working together to really transform the other sector that already mentioned. I think every country knows, but maybe it's some policy that you define as a government. For us, it's a law. So we are not walking into this path. We are running, because we have to accomplish that, and it's so hard to. Even I was talking a few minutes ago to really find these industries, these companies that can have the possibility to transform their energy consumptions it will be hard because you have to give them a lot of different subventions, finance, a lot of opportunities to transform that. In the non-energy sector, it's kind of slow in that phase. So it is a lot of work for us as a government. There is a lot of things that we are doing right now. We are happy with this challenge because we know that it's best for the country, best for everyone, best for our kids. This starts only that it's a vision for reducing the local emissions at the end, but now we are working as a country, as a world, and as a friends with all the countries together, finding the different way that we push this much, much further. And also, in this section, it was thinking in the morning on the renewable panel that we have a goal that be 100% renewable by 2050. But we are considering hydrogen, we'll get a lot further than that. Because even that kind of challenge, we have a lot of resources, solar in the north, that is the cheapest technology in the world. In the south with Magallanes, 70% of power factor with the wind turbines, on land, offshore, we had options. But finally, everything has to work together to just transform the power sector. We have to transform the old consumption of the country. So there is a lot of things moving in Chile. For example, we've been working with our Navy military, so they can start with us in this challenge because it's not just an energy challenge. I will not say problem. I'm an engineer. I don't believe in problems. It is something that you have to go in every ministry. It is a challenge that you have to define together, and that's where we're working right now.
Thank you so much. So what I hear from you, it's not just about export, but it's also about local application. And as we always say, you can't stand on one foot alone. You have to have both of them. And just to add on what you said before, we also believe that hydrogen can be a global game changer for the sustainable industrialization of the global south. And this is also why UNIDO comes in there. From the beginning, we were saying, okay, if we enter into the energy field, it's for productive application, and this is what we are standing for, and for a sustainable and just transition. State Secretary, we talked about H2 Global, but there are so many other things that Germany is doing. So what is missing in the global field? What could you recommend that we should introduce more?
Yeah, indeed, we see a lot of action, and it was very interesting to see all the plans worldwide and how much investment is there in the pipeline. And on the other hand, the amount of FIDs was very little. And I think what is necessary that we have a framework and a reliable framework to support international and global trade and standards. What is H2? What is methanol? What is low carbon? What is ammoniac? They have a lot of technical specifications. We have to so that we make these products comparable. If, for example, a ship is bunkering fuel in Hamburg and goes to Singapore and wants to buy methanol or maybe ammonia, he must be sure that he gets good quality. The WET, the Renewable Energy Directive, and the delegated acts, which have a definition of green hydrogen, and this we need on a global scale, and that is a hard work to do, but it's very urgent to have a reliable framework here, and we're working on it, and we are very much interested in cooperation. I think the European Union can play a very strong role there. But also a forum like UNIDO and the CEM, what you organized here, and that might be very helpful to discuss these challenges in such an international forum.
Thank you very much, and we are picking up on this challenge. We have already a long-standing cooperation with ISO, and as Daria mentioned, we are about to launch the methodology how to measure greenhouse gas emissions embedded in production, and you're all invited to Vienna. Then the week of the 9th of November, we will host the TC 197, sorry, I'm not an ISO specialist, but I think it's 197, where this is going to be approved. Next step will then be the launch at the COP, and then the standard will follow. Maybe I can just move to you. How important are standards?
Well, from the Brazil perspective, the standards are very necessary for us to set, which are the conditions for buying, for selling the hydrogen, and we do believe it's the way we need to, the best way we have to set which are going to be acceptable for some markets. So we believe that the low emissions hydrogen is the best way to deliver this pathway. So, but it is a decision from who are going to buy to set which are the things that they want to have as the main their main ambition. So this is quite important. That's why you want to contribute. We see value. We do believe that Brazil can offer many different opportunities, but I think it is really necessary. And having the standards, someone that can check and say, okay, this you can trust, you can have reliability on what we are stating here. So this is quite important to make all this trading happening the faster as we can have.
Thank you very much. And if I may just turn back to you. So again, maybe a similar question that I posed to the State Secretary. I mean, EU has a lot of instruments already. What is missing? Why are you joining the Trade Forum?
So all the pieces of the puzzle are on the table. Now we need the contracts, right? Now we really need, and we need also, the technology starts to be there. There's still some progress to be made, but there is already maturity for the first contracts to start taking place. So this trade forum is precisely where this and through which this can happen. And we have established, as State Secretary mentioned, a difficult piece of legislation on the assessment of the methodology. How do we calculate the greenhouse gas emissions which are stemming from renewable hydrogen? We want to make sure that indeed what we call renewable hydrogen is renewable hydrogen, that we're not promoting directly or indirectly the use of fossil fuels for the production of hydrogen. So that, for instance, was a difficult piece of the puzzle. It's now there. We believe that it's also that our trade partners can also comply with those requirements. So really, the puzzle is becoming complete, and now it's really, and I'm encouraged also to hearing that there are contacts between the industry, between the governments, the off-takers. So now we need the signatures, and because all the signals are there.
Thank you very much. So, not so lucky with our energy. So if I may come back, so you see the Trade Forum as a global platform to discuss these important issues and to move forward. Thank you very much. So Carlos, do you think that through this Hydrogen Forum we can bring down the costs of low emission hydrogen, and that this will also spur then a local uptake in Chile?
It depends on us, basically. Prices is part of the equation, basically. In that case, how you recognize the value chain that it has there. it should be 100% renewable. Maybe other not, but there is a lot of things that you have to be in cooperation to define really how do we build that equation to define the final price, for example. It is have some percentage of range of, I don't know, it will be 99% renewable, you have another price, so there's a lot of things that you have to weave together to define. Of course, offer and demand should be there, and in that cases. And in our from perspective, I think we have a lot of opportunities to have one of the cheapest renewables. For us, is something that we are dealing with every day. We have a lot of technologies, not only wind turbines in the south with excellent power factors, also PV in the north, and in their responsibility from the government is trying to make that projects easier, not just from the way that they find finance and other projects, regulations that have to be available where farming can help a lot and maybe that more easier. We also taking that as a front and making the use of land also with a way that it had less impact for the people, for the environment. So we're preparing all that part so it doesn't, our objective is to have 100% renewable hydrogen and we're going to achieve it in the best way possible. And it's something that is growing so fast. Just for example, it's the same happened with Brazil. And the first 2018, we're thinking about 5 gigawatts to install in a couple of years. Now you are some in the project that is already under development. You find out that we're over 20 gigawatts. So it is incredible. It is exciting, and we are working so far and so hard and so fast to take all the barriers that these new markets have.
Thank you very much. And if I just may add on, I'm sorry, I'm asking my panelists questions that were not prepared, so I'm challenging a little bit here. You touched upon this inclusion or this dialogue with the surrounding population and the social benefits for the population. How important is this? How important do you see this for really driving this hydrogen a bit faster?
Well, it is a really important question. As I mentioned before, in 2019, we started that decarbonization process because we are trying to reduce local emissions. Reducing local emissions, it sounds pretty nice, of course, but during the process of phasing out coal plants, you figure out that it's not that simple. There is job behind, there are families behind those power plants. So that changed our mind and how this kind of things have to be done, basically, and we add a lot of more things with that. We are trying to replace, for example, these regions where they have coal power plants with this hydrogen production. So we are preparing the land that have all the permits that it needs, so anyone can install it and transform this job from fields of coal to fields of hydrogen. So that is the way they are looking for. So, and of course, the way that we are thinking this is that the responsibility of the government is to deliver the best information that we have. So every project that it will be invested in green hydrogen will have a place and it will have the less impact. And if you are trying to plan this in 2 years of building, it will be in 2 years. So because we are already speaking with the local authorities, with the people, it's a matter of fact, we are now running an update of the action plan, and we are going into the locations in every city that is important to the development on hydrogen. We are speaking with everyone, not just with the local authorities, also with the people, the normal people that will have the consequences, will have the job. In our ministry, we also have a division that is human capital. So we are trying to define what are the jobs that we need. Hydrogen can be built without the barriers or the myth that this can be read or something on internet. So it is our responsibility to see all those variables that sometimes you forget, because it's easy just to put money and build a huge industry there, but the impacts of there is something that we are growing every day. including every variable that we have. At the end, what do you want, finally? What do you want? You finally want that that industry is installed, because we need all this energy, we need those hydrogen, we need those transformations, because our final purposes is not just to grow a biggest market, it's just to reduce emissions. So we want that.
In your country, and to bring forward an inclusive hydrogen transition. I would like to come to the final round and give all of you the opportunity to give us 1 up to 3 recommendations that we should pick up and pencil down for the trade forum.
Yeah, I think one of the important points is really the framework and the standardization. And if we would have an ISO norm for the different technical challenges, that would be very great. But the European framework is also a very good orientation where we are working with, and so it could be the base for the ISO norm too, I think. And then on the second point, we must see also, you talked about just transition, and we, for example, if we importing hydrogen, that are often countries which are not already 100% supplied with renewable energies. And maybe they need the renewable energies or the hydrogen also for their own economy. And so we want to have a transparent and open discussion about that, because we want not endanger the local energy transition of our partner countries. And the goal is to build up a sustainable hydrogen value chain as catalyst also for the local expansion of renewable energy, to learn together, to work together, to share together the different possibilities we have because of, for example, different opportunities of sun and wind, or industry or technology which is historical in this country very strong, or research what was done. And so I think it's a very international challenge, and we all signed the Paris Agreement, and so it's great if we work together in this. I think it's one of the motto of the G20 meeting: one world, one family, one challenge, and that's very important to work together here.
Thank you. Well, I think, as we can hear, we're all sharing a common journey, right? And we're at the beginning of the journey, but we want to have a very fast trip to arrive where we identified is our objective. So we are not able to afford to doing all the same mistakes. So basically, we really need to identify where do we have best practice, and not waste time. So wherever we have that best practice, be it in establishing the standards, be it in establishing the legislation, which can be applicable, or wherever it can be applicable globally, let's identify what can be done together. Because with this challenge, with this ambition, really we cannot afford to do the same mistakes everywhere. So I think this is precisely the forum to share that best practice, to see what has been done already by others, and to replicate it.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Thank you. Very important point to also share this best practices and not to lose more time. I'm really taking this up. Thank you so much. What is missing?
Well, I will not focus on what is missing, but we do believe that it is really important for us to be very, very good listeners. We should be listening in many different sectors to reach consensus during this process. So this is quite challenging, because sometimes we get into some conflicted ways of thinking and viewing, having new perspectives, but it is important to stress which are the points that we don't necessarily agree. This is part of the process of enhancing regulatory frameworks and so on. So we do believe on the value of the dialogue for reaching consensus on these discussions. Standardization is something that we are really, it's always a matter of concern. So we do believe that the best way possible is to be open to listen many different perspectives and find the best way to engage different actors in this process.
Well, in this case, there is not many steps that is missing, really. We are kind of clear. We have only just to define what it is. We were talking about this a couple of times. Just we have to define. That is the last part that we are missing. We know how to measure emissions. We know how to define the chain of vein, the value chains of this. And we are here, and this is the purpose of this. Let's try to make those decisions pretty clear, pretty fast, so everyone is agree with. So I think that is the missing part. We have to make these decisions really right now, and make it together.
Thank you very much. What I hear is listen to each other, act, make sure that we empower also the ones that might be still a step behind. Also have hydrogen as a powering energy for industrial development in the global south. So I thank you all for this. Hydrogen is a global undertaking. We are all in this together. Thank you so much for being here. It was really a very excellent panel. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Your Excellencies, for providing us with such a rich discussion. Many food for thought here. Before leaving the stage, may I ask, can I invite you for a photo of the panel, please? Thank you very much. Now, in support of the International Hydrogen Trade Forum, I'm delighted to welcome Mr. Si-Young Zhu, Deputy Director General and Managing Director of the Technical Cooperation and Sustainable Industrial Development in UNIDO, for a statement. Thank you.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, first and foremost, I'd like to express my heartfelt gratitude to all the distinguished participants of this momentous event. I extend my appreciation to the distinguished representative of the Netherlands and the United Arab Emirates for inviting UNIDO to assume the coordination of the International Hydrogen Trade Forum. I also extend my gratitude to all the esteemed panelists and presenters who shared their insights on and expectation also on the international hydrogen trade. Today we gather to celebrate the launch of the International Hydrogen Trade Forum. I want to commend the remarkable effort and ambition behind its creation. The forum will serve as a platform to foster robust dialogue between exporters and importers of no-emission hydrogen, bringing them together on equal footing. Such collaboration will play a pivotal role in fostering the growth of the still nascent global low-emission hydrogen market and supporting the creation of strong trade relationships. Serving as conduit for facilitating this cooperation, the forum will provide a space where diverse perspectives and experience can converge, actually already highlighted by the panelists. The panel discussion was a significant first step in that direction, offering unique insights from prospective importing and exporting countries. While we recognize the vast opportunities presented by low-emission hydrogen trade, we must also acknowledge that certain key challenges persist, which vary across different geographies. These include financing and technology risks associated with transport infrastructure, as well as standards and certifications, to name just a few, actually already discussed in this panel. However, we approach these challenges with great confidence. Together, we can accelerate the scale up of no-emission hydrogen trade over the next decade. It is through dialogue that we can overcome the current barriers and unlock the full potential of no-emission hydrogen trade. We at UNIDO are committed to ensuring that the voices and the perspectives of countries from the global south are heard, as their participation is vital to achieving our shared goals. It is in this spirit that UNIDO's global program on hydrogen in industry operates. Together with our partners, we provide a platform for knowledge exchange and undertaking tailored country-specific interventions. We assist developing countries in overcoming identified barriers and encourage a just hydrogen transition that puts social and environmental aspects in focus. We are attentive to your views and understand that expectations are high. Your participation and contribution will be invaluable as we collectively strive towards a sustainable and prosperous future. Speaking for UNIDO, I would like to express the deep sense of commitment and responsibility we feel as the designated coordinator of the forum. I believe that our expertise and dedication will help us in making no-emission hydrogen trade a success for all. We welcome COP28's presidency's priority on the development of cross-border trade corridors and the opportunity to advance the collaboration with the private sector to further advance our collective effort in no-emission hydrogen trade. Looking ahead, I'm pleased that the first ministerial meeting of the forum will take place at COP28. Leading up to COP28, UNIDO can convene further events for the forum at the International Vienna Energy and Climate Forum and also at UNIDO's 20th session of its General Conference, which will be attended by its 172 member states, thereby ensuring a strong developing country audience. Together, we have the opportunity to shape a future where the power of no-emission hydrogen trade knows no boundaries. Let us continue our dialogue, bridge the gaps, and realize the full potential of this transformative energy source. So thank you all for joining us in grasping this opportunity in the spirit of cooperation through the International Hydrogen Trade Forum. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you for this commitment from UNIDO to the International Hydrogen Trade Forum. I am now pleased to welcome to the stage His Excellency Sandor Gastra, Vice Minister of Economic Affairs and Climate Policy from the Government of Netherlands, for a speech. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, excellencies, it's a great honor for me to be here in beautiful Goa to launch the International Hydrogen Trade Forum together with His Excellency Suhail Al-Mazouei, Minister of Energy and Infrastructure of the United Arab Emirates. And I will speak very, very slowly because my esteemed colleague has not arrived yet. He is coming over, so allow me to speak very slowly in order to make it for him on time for him to be here. As the panel already said, and our esteemed colleagues already mentioned, hydrogen will play a very important role in the transition to net zero energy systems. The International Energy Agency estimates that using hydrogen and hydrogen-based fuels can avoid up to 60 gigatons of global carbon emissions between now and 2050. And that is not few. This represents 6% of the total cumulative emissions reduction. And although hydrogen markets are still predominantly local at present, global demand and global trade are set to increase substantially. And that said, more action is needed to accelerate hydrogen trade and unlock the full potential of hydrogen to achieve our common climate goals. But not only our climate goals. This is also about fostering economic development across the globe. Many more countries than ever before can become net exporter of energy. And thus, this is also about an economic development around the world and also about inclusive energy transition, as my German colleague just now very eloquently said. The forum will be a platform for working together and engaging in an inclusive and open dialogue on issues related to the development of an international hydrogen market. I am pleased to see so many countries already participating, including Australia, Brazil, Canada, Chile, Germany, Japan, Saudi Arabia, South Korea, the Netherlands, the United Arab Emirates, of course, the United States, the United Kingdom, Uruguay, and also the European Commission. And it is great to see all the corners of the world represented, both importers and future exporters. All these countries play a crucial role in developing an international hydrogen market. The forum is not exclusive. It's also open to countries that are not members of the Clean Energy Ministerial Hydrogen Initiative. And that is something to underline very importantly, that it's a global initiative. Bringing together both members and non-members ensures a greater reach and allows for more inclusive discussions. And with the launch of the forum, all these countries are underlining their strong commitment to supporting and accelerating the development of international hydrogen trade by joining forces and strengthening their cooperation. Many countries have concrete plans to start exporting hydrogen somewhere between 2025 and 2030. Others are getting ready to start importing hydrogen as soon as possible to meet high domestic demand. For both exporting and importing countries, hydrogen offers opportunities for sustainable economic, ensure timely, sufficient investment throughout the value chain to meet growing. Fair, free, and cooperation and coordination on a global scale are also key for the exchange of valuable information and transfer of knowledge, and for sharing best practices and for stimulating research and innovation. In the joint declaration we are about to sign, we are clear about the common purpose of this forum. An inclusive forum means that the dialogue between importers and exporters of hydrogen will take place together with regional and global energy organizations. And in this regard, I'd like to thank UNIDO coordinator of the forum, and the IEA coordinator of the CEM Hydrogen Initiative for their strong support. And with this strong support and with relevant governments engaging in the discussions, we will make the right connections to allow hydrogen to flow across borders. So let's connect, indeed, our continents via hydrogen shipping corridors, via pipelines, and let's develop the infrastructure that is needed to export and import hydrogen. And let the forum help us with all boring and non-boring issues that need to be resolved to have a true free flow of hydrogen across the globe. Today marks the start of a constructive relationship, and seeing all the major supporters of the forum here gives me confidence that we will be able to speed up developments in this field. So I'd like to thank you all for your presence here today and for your strong commitment to enhancing cooperation through the International Hydrogen Trade Forum. So now, let's go to work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Since we're still waiting for the arrival of our last guest, His Excellency Suhail Al-Mazuri, maybe we open the floor to the public, and if there's any questions for the panel or any other members you have listened to today, there's a microphone on. Please.
Maybe perhaps I could start, and this is a brief question to our chair today, Petra. And of course some of the esteemed colleagues who have participated in the panel discussion earlier. I think there is an excellent coalition of first mover countries that has emerged here. Would you like to expand the forum to other geographies? Would you be seeking to involve other countries? What are the next steps in terms of engagement of new countries that you would like to bring in the forum that you foresee? Petra.
Thank you very much. Yeah, of course. I mean, we want this global forum to grow as much as possible and to bring in especially also countries from the global south that so far are not so much heard in the CEM discussions also. So we want to really make sure that they are coming in, and this is, I think, also why we were entrusted with the coordination, because we have 172 member states, and most of them are coming from developing countries or transition economies. So we will do our best to bring them in. And as our Deputy Director General, Mr. Su, already mentioned, we will also take the events of UNIDO to engage more with countries and to organize some events there, be it at the Vienna International Energy and Climate Forum, which will take place beginning of November, at the General Conference of UNIDO, which will take place end of November. So yes, we are here to support this.
Excellent. Thank you, Petra.
Yeah, if I may add, together with our co-lead, the United Arab Emirates, we have deliberately chosen UNIDO to support us, because the UNIDO family is one of the biggest global families we can organize. So the reason for that is just this, that we don't want it to be a very exclusive part. You know, this is open to all potential countries, and indeed, as Petra said, it opens up the possibility. This hydrogen market opens up the possibility for many countries that are at the moment not an energy-producing country to become an energy-producing country with the potential on wind and solar they have, and thus profit from having this forum as a way to standardize the global market. So it's specifically the choice for UNIDO is one of the reasons why we want this forum as broad as possible. So we are launching it together with a number of front-runner countries, but it's open for all.
Wonderful, thank you. And maybe building on what you said already, in terms of the public-private cooperation and opportunities for stronger public-private dialogue on what really needs to be done, again, not in 10 years from now, but this year, next year, do you see indeed that we could potentially use the forum as a platform for that annual stocktake of the potential actions that we will lay out in COP and unveil at COP to then see how we are progressing? Do we need to reprioritize to make sure we synchronize the actions on the public side and on the private side better?
Well, I think it's both in the interest of the public side and of the private side. Like my German colleague said, the market is waiting for standards to be applicable to allow a world market to open up. And we've seen, of course, in trade organizations we have on other aspects of global trade, that having, on the private side, having these standards makes world trade far easier. So it's both in the interest of the public side and of the private side to have this forum, and also opening up this forum for the private side to share in the debate and the dialogue we are going to organize. Yes.
In light of this, that explanation that was just shared, I was wondering, if you're coming from the private sector, what's the engagement? How do they engage with the forum? Maybe Daria.
Sure, of course. Happy to elaborate on that. And indeed, we, as COP28 presidency, we're engaging very closely with the private sector, in particular through the Hydrogen Council, which brings together over 150 CEOs, industrial leaders in hydrogen, investing across the value chain, manufacturing, production, midstream, as well as all the downstream solutions, across geographies, really, from Europe and Africa to the Asia-Pacific and the Americas. And I think that there is indeed a great opportunity to build more synergies and cooperation with the industrial leaders, and again, look at the really practical commitments that can be made, because of course there are still some issues that would need to be tackled. Again, when it comes to the technical standards that we were discussing, there is a need for closer cooperation between industry and some of the experts from governments to ensure that we have the right technical standards in place. We already have well-established links with, of course, the ISO, the International Organization for Standardization, and there will be increasing role for the standard development organizations in this field going forward to, again, enable a level of interoperability between the technologies that are being developed across different countries. And again, one of the issues that was raised in a roundtable with the global CEOs by the president of the board of Kawasaki Heavy Industries. You may have heard of KHI, as they were actually the pioneers in importing liquid hydrogen from Australia to Japan. And one of the issues that, interestingly, KHI raised was, it's all great, we're talking about supply and demand, and of course the need for the relevant enabling frameworks. This is critical, the standards are critical, and we need to focus more on those really technical issues. Again, how do we ensure that we have technical standards for enabling, for the interface between the vessel and the port? Because right now, and like State Secretary Wenzel mentioned, if you want to send a unit of liquid hydrogen from let's say the MENA region to either Singapore or Hamburg or Osaka, there will be different sets of standards, and there will be barriers in terms of the development, not only of technology, but also the available software. So we need to work on both the software solutions, which comprises standards and regulation, and equally alongside the hardware, which is the technological enablers. And certainly I think that there is a great opportunity to bring this technical knowledge in the framework of the forum to discuss what is missing, and again, what are the key technical issues that also in technical standards that need to be put in place in order to allow this supply chain to develop, to mature, and to scale up.
Request for the floor from Secretary Wenzel.
I think this is what you mentioned is a very important point. We must look further to the harbors, for the infrastructure in the harbors. For example, in Germany, the responsibility for the harbors is responsibility of the states, and we have no original responsibility on the federal level. Now we are working on the national harbor strategy and maritime strategy, but we have to have a European maritime strategy and a global one to have in every harbor the infrastructure we need there.
Thank you so much. Yeah, please.
Hi, Paula Vieira from Canada. So I think what I'm hearing too is one of the key things that's going to be important is how all of the initiatives under CEM then work together, because we've got work on standards happening. We've got a ports initiative. We just launched a couple of days ago a maritime hub, hydrogen hub, clean energy, clean transportation hubs. So I think the power of CEM is certainly coming to light in terms of how we can divide and conquer. No one initiative or effort or forum or working group needs to tackle everything, but we do need to work together. And I think that goes to the point I think was made on the panel. We don't have a lot of time. We don't have a lot of runway. So we do need to divide and conquer and share. But I think that's going to be a really important component of the secretariats. It's how do all of the pieces come together, because there are initiatives that are tackling, puzzle pieces. Puzzle pieces are all there. I think we heard that earlier today. The puzzle pieces are all there, and there's teams and countries working on all aspects. It's how we bring that all together.
It's an excellent point, thank you. And there's this great African proverb that says that if you want to walk fast, walk alone, but if you want to walk far, walk together. And I think that the forum is a great example of how one can work together with different international partners to tackle the key issues. And I think that, State Secretary Wenzel mentioned the key, the opportunity to link, for example, with the Ports Initiative and the Ports Coalition. We also have our colleagues in the IMO who are very actively working on developing more stringent and more ambitious sets of regulatory frameworks for shipping globally. So there are lots of opportunities to link up with the relevant initiatives that are already out there, like you have mentioned, in order to avoid duplication, ensure that these are complementary. And of course, as part of our work within the COP28 presidency, we'll be keen to make sure that we provide the platform for those, for this cooperation between the key initiatives in the field, and make sure that when we design this list of priority actions in this merit order of actions, that we consider who is best placed to tackle what priority and to tackle which specific action. So I think that, again, that would require quite a bit of work and cooperation between all the stakeholders involved, but we are hoping that we are indeed starting off with already a very strong partnership and a very strong collaborative framework that brings us all together. Maybe just as we have the luxury of having a few more minutes of time, I don't know whether, Deputy Minister, if you wish to speak a little bit about how the synergies between the forum and the import strategy that we know that the Netherlands is currently looking at developing. Of course, the Netherlands is a gateway in a way to the European hydrogen backbone that will be emerging in the years to come. Do you think that there are indeed opportunities for, again, linking up the work in the forum with the development of the import strategies by yourself, the Netherlands, our colleagues in Germany and other countries in Europe, as well as in other countries globally?
Yeah, thank you. Well, there is a direct link, I think, for instance, on to inform you, we are now building in the Netherlands our national hydrogen grid, and we hope, and we're working together with Germany and other neighboring countries, that we can expand this into a European hydrogen grid, like we have for natural gas at the moment. And for us, as countries in Europe, it's very important to have technical standards in order to coordinate the existence of these pipelines, but also to coordinate with the rest of the world, importing countries, on the quality and the purity of hydrogen, for instance. So there is a true connection between the investments we are now doing in Europe and in our country, and the role this forum can play on international standardization. And as I can see now, my colleague has arrived. So I think he has something important to tell us.
Yes, thank you indeed. Thank you very much, everyone, for your comments, questions, and interaction. I'm very pleased to welcome His Excellency Suhail Al-Mazuri, Minister of Energy and Infrastructure, United Arab Emirates, for joining us. And please, if you could take the stage for a speech. Thank you.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, apologies. We just joined another alliance in the biofuel, so that shows you how excited we are about the future of clean energy and the diversification. Esteemed partners and friends, I am delighted to be here in the beautiful city of Goa with you as we take a significant stride toward a sustainable future with the launch of the International Hydrogen Trade Forum. This occasion embodies our collective commitment to environment stewardship, and it is a privilege to be part of this significant initiative. It is a pleasure to co-chair the first year of this initiative alongside with our esteemed partners from the Netherlands. And by the way, Netherlands is very close to my heart. I spent 2 years of my life there, working, of course. But I was working in oil and gas, and now I'm trying to lead the efforts to come back and work with the Netherlands in trying to make hydrogen market and deal with the demand side for hydrogen. This month we launched our strategy in the United Arab Emirates, and our strategy was the first in the Middle East to highlight very specific targets and aspirations, as well as a center for excellence in hydrogen technologies. And that makes us keen to join the Hydrogen Trading Forum. The future of hydrogen is enormous, and that future depends on how we evolve in developing a market for it. If you go and ask many of the industrial partners, they would say, yes, we aspire to have hydrogen. But without working with the Netherlands on tangible resources and tangible destinations, we cannot find the adequate resources. And the faster we identify the market, I think the faster we are going to identify globally a large-scale projects to be able to supply that market. While we are optimistic about the vast opportunity of hydrogen present, we are also aware of some challenges. These challenges are related to the cost, production methods, infrastructure, safety concerns, and adoption. Overcoming these obstacles require international coordination and innovative solutions that will help us realize the full potential of hydrogen in low carbon energy future. And as I mentioned, part of the strategy that we launched is an R&D and a think tank to enable such technologies to be evolved. Our success in this endeavor will be defined by our collective willingness and collaboration to work together in a ambitious but bold and practical way to identify solutions. The primary objective of this forum is to assemble a coalition of first mover governments and private sector that can commit to fostering global trade in hydrogen and to be diversified to the different businesses or industries that can take it. This will be achieved through international cooperation and effective public-private partnership. At this year COP28, where the United Arab Emirates will be hosting the world, hydrogen will be one of the main focal points, signifying the global recognition of its potential. I eagerly anticipate hosting the first ministerial meeting of the forum at COP28 alongside a public-private roundtable, where we will further our discussion and solidify our plans. I would like to express my gratitude to each one of you and for your unwavering commitment to enhancing our collaboration and accelerating international hydrogen trade. I also wish to extend my sincere thanks to UNIDO for their invaluable support in coordinating this forum. Their role will be instrumental in guiding our work toward a just energy transition. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, the urgency to decarbonize our current energy system and scale zero-emission power capacity has never been greater. It is our shared responsibility to address both our climate and energy crisis. Today, we take significant steps toward the objective, and I look forward to our shared journey toward a sustainable future. And thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. We will now proceed to the signature ceremony, and I therefore request the two co-leads of the International Hydrogen Trade Forum, His Excellency Suhail Al-Mazuri and His Excellency Sandro Gastra, to the stage to sign on behalf of the member parties.
Just acting as we are saying.
Hopefully, many more will join. Be careful. Like this. Hello? Oh. Take it out. Okay.
Now we start working.
Thank you very much. If I can invite everyone, all the speakers today, for a family photo. Thank you.
table, can the table go?
Hello.
Congratulations.
Thank
Good
you
job.
for your... Sorry.
Sure.
Always important.
Thank you, everyone. Session's closed.